disruption, not something that the council do approve on. At this time, I'm going to ask for our council secretary, Ms. Baltimore, to proceed with a roll call.
Good evening, everyone. I am starting the roll call at 6:03 p.m. Miss Amy Meng Tsai.
Good evening, here present.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Good evening, present.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Present.
Miss Christy Angel,
Present.
Miss Christy Montavon, present, Mr. Angel Morales,
I just let him in. I know he's.
I'll circle back, Miss Aisha Husbands,
Present.
Miss Celia Green,
Good evening.
Miss Joanne Jones,
Present.
Nice profile picture, Joanne.
Miss
Thank
Patricia-
you. Welcome to the land of Prince.
Miss Patricia Jewett. Okay. Miss Constance Asiadu, Ms. Lanaya Jennings,
She's having technical difficulty. She's trying to get on now. She's been trying for the last 10 minutes.
okay,
So hopefully her internet will work and she'll get on.
okay.
But
And
she is on her way.
okay, Mr. Angel Morales.
Present.
Okay,
Call Constance again. I just let her in.
okay. Ms. Constance Asiadu,
Here. You heard me?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, I have 10 council members present and we have quorum.
Thank you,
Hold-
Secretary.
Hold on a
Please be
second.
advised to keep yourself muted if you're not talking, to keep down any background noise. At this time, we're gonna ask for a moment of silence, and our prayers and thoughts to all of those that was affected by yesterday's incident and any incident that's happened around the world. So at this time, we ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. This a point of clarification. As you saw on the agenda that was shared out, it says calendar meeting from 6 to 7:30 and business from 7:30 to 9. That should be reversed. It will actually be the business meeting first, followed by the calendar meeting after the business meeting. At this time, we're gonna go to first point of order on business, which will be Mr. Spencer. Are we ready for the minutes or not yet?
I am looking for her correspondence. Give me a second. She just emailed a bunch of things. Our AA Ramona Garcia has been working diligently. Give me a moment.
Okay, while you do that, I'm gonna recognize Council Member Ms. Jewett Hayne. I see Ms. Jewett.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I just want to make sure you guys know that I'm here. I'm present.
Yep.
Thank you so much for understanding.
Nope, I got you marked down. Thank you. Ms. Martin, I'll let the record show that Ms. Jewett is also in attendance at 6:05 p.m.
Got it, thanks.
Yeah, I don't see anything minutes wise from Ramona. Let me check with her.
Okay, while you recognize, I'm gonna recognize two more council member Hayne. I recognize Ms. Green and then Ms. Constant. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Lawrence. Can you please let the record also reflect that our student representative has joined us?
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Let the record reflect that at 6:08, student member have joined the meeting. Constant, I saw your hand, or I saw it went down. Okay,
No, I put it up. I just took it down because you recognized me after the screen. I
Okay.
just want to state, did the agenda go out with calendar first and business second?
No, it went the wrong time. The times are wrong on the top.
I'm sorry, did you not just say we're reversing the order of the agenda and doing?
I'm gonna say it again one more time. I said the agenda went out with the wrong time frames. That's what I
Oh,
said.
okay, so we're not
Thank-
reversing order,
No,
correct?
I said
Okay.
that the time frame should be
All right.
put onto the correct agenda, which means the business is always first, which will be instead of 7:30 to 9, the business is always first. So it should be reflected 6 to 7:30, and
Okay.
then the calendar meeting.
All right, so you're only
Thank you.
making changes on the notice, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at.
Thank
the
you.
agenda. Wanted
All
that
right.
clarification.
All right.
Also, I do want to recommend that you do want to make some adjustments to your agenda for Mr. Rampasant, so you can ask for.
Okay, Constant, when we
Motion
get to that session, I was in the middle of something with Mr. Spencer, but I will definitely come back to you for that, if you don't mind. Thank you. Mr. Spencer, are you ready for the minutes?
I'm waiting to hear back from Ramona, so I would
Okay.
say no at this point.
So go to the next order of business, which was to review next step, follow up on 472 OPT special meeting, 5 minutes.
Right, so we'll want to give Amy the floor as busing chair to give that update, please.
Oh, and just for the record, before Amy go, Miss Joanne, you mind being our timekeeper again tonight, please?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Amy, for 5 minutes.
I just wanted to say, my hand was raised up before. I just want to recognize that I do not have the minutes from last month. And if we could table towards the end of the meeting tonight, if we choose to vote on that, because I have not seen the minutes. And if it's gonna be sent out, I would like some time frame to actually review it. So just want to make that
Okay.
aware.
Yeah.
So we had our meeting with the Office of People Transportation last Thursday on the 7th of April. We had members of the committee and also other parent volunteers who co-facilitated the meeting. We had, prior to the meeting, had sent out a questionnaire for the community to submit questions, recommendations, as well as assess where they're at with the current busing services that they are receiving, and just simply as how's the school year so far with busing, and how do you like your bus service and company? And we did get pretty much a good result from the very short time frame that we sent it out. I am aware during the meeting that participants said that they did not receive the questionnaire, and we have also continued to have that open for continued feedback. So it's there. I think Christy from our outreach shared it out again for people to fill out the survey. So we'll be continuing to collect the information. There's about 132 so far. Not significant, but it's a lot of information. We will be debriefing on the meeting from last Thursday. right after the break. So I know there's a lot of meetings this week, and spring break is right around the corner. So we will be debriefing, and I know a lot of people had asked to debrief. We had a really good results from OPT office and the district office. It was a robust conversation on very many levels of OPT issues that was brought to our attention. So the questions that were shared were questions from the community that submitted it. So, and we also did get questions from the interpretation line as well as hand raised. I just want to recognize that. And that's pretty much from the meeting on Thursday with OPT.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions from any council members on this subject? Please raise your hand or ask Ms. Amy. All right, seeing no hands, seeing that there's no question. Thank you, Amy, and your committee for awesome job that you did with this meeting. Next item on the agenda will be next step follow-up from January 29th, include NYC Fair, 5 minutes. Miss Angel, Christy Angel, Councilmember Angel.
Sorry for the delay. I have the form actually on the file drive, but I'll go ahead and just read off the report to save time. One moment, it's uploading.
Maybe I'll try to share that. Mr.
I
Lawrence.
just went through it briefly as well. So the Include NYC Fair, basically we went to that and participated on January 29th. 142 parents did visit the booth. We had a specific number of them that we wanted to follow up with, 8 being the main number of parents. Eventually on March 7th, it was delegated back to the outreach committee to reach back out to those parents. On 3/2, excuse me, on our business meeting on 3/7, the parents were reached out to close the loop. All parents were forwarded to District 75 Superintendent Louisant's office for follow-up, and outreach has been advised that all parents have been communicated with via email, and they were advised to reach out to District 75 Council's email for further assistance.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Angel on this item that this report she have just shared? Council members. Seeing none, seeing no hands. Thank you, Ms. Councilmember Angel. Please continue doing the awesome work and outreach, and we thank you on behalf of our council and family. Next, next step follow-up from 4/9/22 annual report committee. Ms. Green, 10 minutes.
Hello. All right, annual report. We had a meeting on Saturday, this past Saturday, and we invited, I think we invited 3 of the writers who we had narrowed it down to. 2 came, Dr. Burton and Ms. Chandler. And the other could not make it, I guess, previous engagement. However, we actually had a really good conversation about the topics that would be going in to the annual report, the structure of the annual report. We were joined by several members of the public, as well as members of our own Citywide Council for District 75. So Ms. Jewett joined us. Ms. Angel helped to facilitate. Ms. Asidu joined us. And like I said, several other members of the public as well. We are a little behind the gun in terms of timing for the annual report. So we have narrowed it down to 2 writers. We sent out the writing samples and the bids to the council in advance. Well, Ms. Angel forwarded them for me. So hopefully in the calendar meeting, we can vote on a writer and an alternate so that we can move stuff forward. And that's all I have at this time. If anyone would like to add anything to the annual report, they have to do it now, more or less. Any subjects or topics, and there's a Google form available for that. So
Thank you. Was the meeting recorded by any chance?
yes, it was.
Okay, when you get a chance, can you share that with me? I was unable to attend.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions or comments about the report that's coming from Ms. Green at this time? Please
Ms.
raise your
Lawrence,
hand.
can we get a little bit more time? Because there are some documents that Christy had forwarded, and I want to try to share that on the screen.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so you said Dr. Burton and Miss Mona Lisa Chandler.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 documents, 2 for Dr. Burton and 1 for Miss Chandler. What should I share first?
Basically, that's to be shared with the council and the council members,
Okay.
so to speak. It's not something I would screen share necessarily.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
attached should be their resumes, a writing sample, and a bid
okay.
and stuff.
All right. So
as a council, we have a budget of $3,000 as a set aside for the annual report. So that had knocked out one of the other young women who was bidding and stuff, because their bid came in, twice as high. But they were definitely an eligible writer. It was a parent who has 2 children in special ed in New York City, and who is a writer by profession. So.
Oh, actually, here I'm going to share this because there was a different folder. So just so we have this on the record, give me a second. It just gives a description of the dates. So pardon me. Oh, and we have Mr. Rampersand in. So greetings, Mr. Rampersand. Give us a moment. We have one piece of business we have to finish up. I know you're on a time frame. Thank you for your understanding. All right, let me just see if I can share my screen. So council members, I'm going to email this link that Christy Angel put together. But in that link, it's an annual report writer candidates. So Ms. Burton, her description is here. And a sample, I believe. Am I right, Celia?
You're getting to the sample. You got to move up. No, sorry, the other direction.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Writing sample. All right. And then Ms. Chandler. An introduction, proposal. And this is separate from what I there is another folder for writing samples, something that Celia was saying don't share, but this is something I want you guys to know so you could associate a face with a name. So I want to share this with the council, and there's other folders and things to use during the meeting tonight. So just I'll keep referring back to that as reference. Is there anything else you want to add other than that, Celia? Are you good?
Yeah. The only, like I said, it's narrowed down to 2 writers. The 2 writers are both very qualified candidates. They both participated greatly in the meeting that we had on Saturday. I think either one would be excellent. They're overqualified, actually. They're more than qualified, both of them. And I think it would be an asset to have both of them as the writer and as the alternate in the event that something happens. So
All
I'm
right.
just hoping for a vote during the calendar meeting.
Let me ask you a question to that, Ms. Green, and I recognize Christy Angel. When was the information shared with the council? Did council members get enough time to review and read through the documents
Well, I'm
before
going to say this,
making a vote tonight?
Ms. Angel sent it out at minimum the next day, I'm
Mhm.
sure. So
Okay.
council members had it probably I'll look for it, but I'm sure it was like Sunday that
Okay.
council members had all the information.
So I just want to make sure that every council member get an equal opportunity to review the documents and read it correctly and have before they cast their votes.
That's fine, but I'm just saying it was shared. The latest
Okay,
it would
no,
have
no,
been shared was Monday.
we didn't say it wasn't shared. I'm
Uh-huh.
asking what every council member here,
Mhm.
you know, that they had a chance to review this documents, because I know in the past council members have said they have not received things like Amy mentioned prior. She don't have the minutes. So I'm just making sure that
Mhm.
everybody had a chance to review it before we proceed forward. It would be up to the council how we do with it. But I want to recognize Miss Christy Angel Hain.
Before you go to Christy, I just want to say that we do need to move this forward in this meeting, because other than that, we're going to have less than a month for anybody to do anything, and that's going to be very hard on any writer.
Yeah, that's understandable, but I don't want nobody to feel forced neither. So
It's not forced.
that's taken into accountable.
Procedure for annual report is usually the committee will narrow down the amount of writers, and we will present the two names at the end and we did narrow down the writers. We did a lot of work on Saturday and present the two names to come before the council. So it is
That's
there.
fine. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, Miss Angel.
Yes, I wanted to piggyback on Vice President Green. There were some points that we did want to bring up that we also do need to speak with the council on. Currently, part of the key topics for us would be COVID-19 response, recovery services, busing and transportation issues, social, mental, and emotional health, modalities of instruction used during the school year, fiscal year, parent and family empowerment, safety, accountability, day treatment and intensive day programs, and college and career readiness. We will be proposing 3 questions to the council. We will need to know if all of the standing committees will be able to contribute to end of the year reports. We will be asking for a president's report to be included. And we also need to fine tune what the goals of the council are as listed for this school year so that it may be included in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions around anything that was shared? Ms. Green, do you have your hand up again, or that's from earlier?
No, I have my hand up again because safety is one of the things that was added after Saturday to the list of topics that would be in the annual report. And based on what happened yesterday, based on the tragic events of yesterday, safety is long overdue. So we definitely have to touch on safety. That's it.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from any other council members about the report that was just given? I recognize Amy Hain.
I have a question. So I only have Dr. Paulton's dissertation and I guess a sample writing. And I only see one for Miss Mona Lisa Chandler. Is there something else that Miss Chandler had submitted other than the sample she gave to the council or Christy Angel?
Ms. Green?
I'm still in the process of gathering stuff from Ms. Chandler.
And I just have one last question. So I know that there's a cost constraint and time constraint of like getting this report done by the end of the month of June. And you just kind of like both of them were okay with it. I just want to make sure.
Both of them were okay. Just for full disclosure, both of them, Miss Burton is someone who writes extensively, has a doctorate, works in a West Coast school system, so is familiar with deadlines and so on. Miss Chandler works for a major corporation, writes consistently, does product writing and stuff like that consistently, and was a former CCHS member for a good 3.5, 4 years, and handled not only the capital plan, which is a lot larger than anybody else's capital plan because it's close to 500 high schools with multiple submissions. So both of them, like I said, are ultra qualified for this writing, and both of them know what the time constraints are and have a vast understanding of the education system. They're not people we have to explain special education to, or people we have to explain the education system in New York to. So yes, both of them are quite ready for this challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we move on? Because we want to get Mr. Rappert on, because we know he's on a tight schedule. So is there any other question about this? All right, seeing no hand. Thank you, Ms. Green and Ms. Angel for this, and we look forward to next step with moving forward. Continue to work. All right, so Mr. Spencer, this is your part where you could ask for Mr. Rappert.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Council members, can I get a motion, please, to amend tonight's agenda so that Mr. Rampersan has time to address the council and our community? Can I get a motion for that, please?
I make a motion to amend
Amy?
to add Mr. Mark Ramadan. I'm sorry, Rampensant to the agenda.
Rampersan, yeah.
Rampensant. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Amy, Celia, are you seconding that, Celia?
I'm seconding it with the amendment that it's Mark Rampersant that we're adding to the agenda. But I am seconding it.
Thank you, ladies. Any discussions? Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, put a time on it. How much we giving them? 10, 15?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Can we don't have, does anybody have any objection or abstain, wants to abstain from this? I want to maximize Mr. Rampersant's time. Anybody have any objections? Going once, going twice. All right. Thank you, council members. I don't need much to say. Thank goodness that no DOE staff or students were hurt in Sunset Park yesterday. I was myself, Treasurer Christy Angel, Amy Ming Tsai, we were able, and Camille Saunders from the President's Council was able to attend CEC 15's business meeting yesterday, where the head of the DOE security, Mr. Mark Rampersant, gave a short presentation in terms of how things go when there's an unfortunate incident such as that, as a lone shooter. And just to clarify, to lend to educate us in terms of what a shelter in place is versus a shutdown and what have you. So without further ado, thank you so much, Mr. Rampersant, for your time. I was very impressed with, I hope this is the beginning of a longer conversation, because I wanted you here to, I know you spoke in those terms, but for 75, we have additional terms in terms of, and you spoke to this in terms of getting the police help school buses come in and out and things of that nature. So I was wondering if you can help our council and our constituents identify from a D75 standpoint. And if you can't, maybe there's something you could start building a foundation on where we can continue this conversation. Thank you.
Well, Co-President Spencer, first of all, thank you for the invitation. And I did everything and anything I can do to come in, spend time in this space with you. And all the members of the council, I appreciate you amending your agenda this evening to give me an opportunity to share this space with such a dynamic group. And let me just start off by saying thank you all very much for what you do for our amazing population of young people. Also, Co-President Lawrence. I really appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening. And I am happy to hear that there was a favorable outcome in terms of the NYPD capturing this individual that caused real harm to our city yesterday and true trauma. And so in light, I got some calls from a couple of CECs and was able to pop on for a short time and just sort of talk about what sort of ignited the actions in the school and how our schools responded. And I got to start by simply taking my hat off to the many principals and other educators who swiftly went into action to ensure that our students and staff were safe and free of the potential of this lone person gaining access to our schools. So as you know, this unfortunate incident transpired on 4th Avenue in close proximity to a number of schools, including one of our District 75 schools, 371, which is actually right in the area where the crime transpired. We got immediate notification from the NYPD to shelter in all of the schools within a 1 mile radius because this person had given flight and made his way, out of the train station, and then, no one can account for his whereabouts. The NYPD immediately activated all of the cameras in the area to try to get an understanding of the direction of flight to no avail. So I received an immediate call and notification went out to all of our schools within a 1 mile radius for everyone to shelter in. So I am hoping that the term shelter in is not a foreign term to anyone on this call, especially every one of our parents who have young people in our school system. You should be familiar with all the GRP actions. GRP is General Response Protocol actions. So all of our schools are trained and have building response team members and a building response team leader who activates any of 4 actions in the event of an emergency. In this case, we activated the shelter in, which means that the danger is outside of the building and we are sheltering in the building. What that really means is school staff are monitoring all of the doors, ensuring that young people or staff do not exit the building or are allowed to enter the building during the time of the emergency. While this person was still on the loose, we didn't want him to make his way into a school and then potentially cause even more harm than he had already done. So all of our schools activated a shelter in. We did have direction from our partners in the NYPD to go to a modified shelter in. What that basically means if school buses were still pulling up, we were still accepting young people in the building. If parents brought kids to schools, we were asking the parents and the student to come in out of harm's way. And if students were making their way to school on their own, like some of our high school students were, we allowed them access to the building. Usually during a shelter in, the doors do not open under any circumstances until such time as the first responders give us the all clear. So outside of the shelter in, there are 3 other actions. One is a hold action. A hold action allows us to continue to operate as usual. Let me just take one step back. While we were on shelter in and while a school is on shelter in, inside of the building, business as usual is going on. So our young people are transitioning through to classes, teachers are moving about, learning is still happening, but we have staff members who are part of the building response team, as well as school safety agents who are manning the doors to ensure that no one exits and no one enters until such time as we get the all clear. So our partners in the NYPD did school by school checks, along with our partners in school safety division, to ensure that all of our schools were safe, and they did go into sort of institute the appropriate action, which I am very happy to say that all of our schools did. We remained in contact with our principals and other educators to just give them a play-by-play as to what was transpiring on the street. We did want them to put out limited information to parents simply because we did not want educators to give out false information. Right? As you know, this incident transpired and it started to move really, really quickly. And our amazing police officers, firefighters, EMS, as well, FBI and some members from Homeland Security stepped in and went into swift action. With that said, they were able to limit the number of casualties, young people and New Yorkers hurt by this, this lone wolf, if you will. This was time during entry, and if this person was on the street, obviously more damage could have been done. And so I credit the great work that has happened throughout this school system that ensured the safety and security of all of our young people in the building. All of our schools are taking the emergency protocols very seriously. I would, as I've done at the other CECs, I've offered training for parents. If you're interested, President, if you're interested, we would be more than happy to do a training for parents, because I really need all of you to understand all of the protocols, all of the things to do in the event of. For instance, we had a number of parents reach out to schools to say, I'm coming to get my child. Well, just think about that for a second. If we're sheltering the area, inside of the building, we're safe, we're good, we're taking care of business. It's a normal day, the kids don't know anything other than what's happening in the building. But if parents start to come to school, there are two problems there. One, we're not opening the door, respectfully, right? Your child is safe, we have them. Just like you trust us on a normal day, trust us on this day, we got them. They're going to be taken care of with counselors if needed. They're going to be fed lunch and breakfast, and they're going to have recess and have fun during the course of the day, as they normally do with our lovely educators. And then the second part to this is you're going to potentially be in harm's way, right? This gunman is on the loose. We don't want more people on the street for him to potentially cause more harm to people, right? For God's sake, they found this guy walking down the street in Manhattan, and he could have been causing even more harm to others. We don't know how much ammunition this guy had on his person, but they did find an arsenal of different things to cause harm, right? And so it's imperative that our parents understand that schools are equipped and they train, they drill, and it's a requirement for them to have a BRT, building response team, for every one of our buildings. They are not separate and apart, and they are not excluding any school. This is a requirement for all of our schools, and all of the principals are certified in emergency readiness, and they receive a biannual certificate from the Department of Education and FDNY. And just as a point of information, the FDNY and the buildings department go from school to school doing a check to make sure all of our principals have updated certifications. So it's important to know that they also take this very seriously. So I am happy to say that all of our educators swiftly went into action, and they were able to ensure safety for our young people. And the partnership with the NYPD and School Safety Division, who we remain in lockstep as we continue to provide the best level of safety that we possibly can, they went school by school. They also identified all of our school with a D75 population where buses were required to make it through the affected area. They ensured that our buses were able to make it close enough to schools where we can dismiss without interruption. And we were able to do so. Parents were satisfied with the outcome in terms of young people picked up on time and dismissals operating as usual, and making our way, to a pleasant pleasantly ending day, if you will. So I really wanted to stop by to say hello to you. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your commitment to taking care of our young people. And most of all, thanking you for trusting us with your most precious commodities in young people. So I appreciate being before you. President, thank you for the opportunity to come out and talk. I mean, I have to jump to another CEC, but I will be happy to come back on another day. And I look forward to hearing from you regarding a training on emergency protocols that we can do for your parents.
Yes, yes, thank you. So council members, we're just, I want to tally what our questions are, because I know you're short on time, and then we'll continue the conversation. I know council members, you have a lot of questions, but like Mr. Rampersant says, he's got another call to be on, but this, Aisha Husbands is our safety chair. I'm pretty sure she's going to be biting at my ear to get in contact with you. So I'll ask you offline to see how to keep in contact with you. Obviously, D75 parents want to be a part of this process, because when the kids see the parents, especially our kids, they feel safe. So we want to work with you regarding that. Celia, you have a brief question? Because I know Mr. Rampersant's got to go.
It's more of a comment. So thank you to Mr. Rampersant for coming out. But I can leave someone else can ask their question and I can have the comment after. Okay. Okay.
Did you have 5 minutes or you got to go? I
I really have to go, but I can take one question. Yep.
He's got time for one question. Anybody got another question? Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, good evening. So I know that this entire school year, we've been affected by a lot of situations. And if you recall, there was a school issue at Truman High School campus up in the Bronx. And we also recently just had some young teenagers who came out of school and was hit by bullets, obviously not intended for them, but this is during, going to school, obviously yesterday at 8:30 a.m. and also at dismissal time. This is a very aggressive school year with a lot of violence on the
Amy, I think you're frozen.
So Mr. President, I think I've pretty much got
make sure that we continue to keep them safe as they travel to school and within the situation of now. It's just very upsetting that, we're continuing to fight for to lower the violence in our community as well as around our school communities. But I just want to raise that question. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for your question, Amy. And I will preface by saying safety and security is all of our responsibility, right? And so we are the village. As a young person, I heard my grandmother often talk about the village. And whenever I cut up, there was a lady named Miss Anime who watched out of the window. And whenever I cut up, I got called out. And when I say called out, you know what I mean, right? I didn't have ACS to call on. I got handled when I got home, because Miss Anime was in the window and she told my grandmother, and they took care of business. The unfortunate part is we have very little of that today, right? And we are the community and we are responsible. So the NYPD is responsible for keeping the streets safe, but that's not just their responsibility. It's the community's responsibility. It's our merchants, it's our clergy, it's our parents, it's all of the community who have a responsibility. But I can tell you what I can say, and I would share to this group, that was really impressive regarding the unfortunate incident that occurred in the Bronx where this young lady lost her life. Within less than a day, they had apprehended this individual. That's because when people saw something, they said something, right? And that's what we're encouraging our young people to do in schools. And I gotta tell you, out of the double-digit number of guns we've taken out of school this year, many of them were taken as a result of a young person who trusted an adult and they said something. And they trusted that adult to take action. And with that said, they went to rooms or checked bags and they got these guns safely out of our schools. And while many people will argue scanning for every school and argue all of these different things, there is nothing more than the relationships with adults that are more pressing around keeping our young people safe, right? The principal can do but so much, right? Teachers can do but so much. When day ends, they leave, and they go home and they transition through some of the toughest neighborhoods, right? And so for the school system, we can keep them safe while they're in the building. But as a community, we have to get together and talk about what we do about keeping them safe as they transition. For God's sakes, this young lady was just leaving school and walking home. And this person in the community who has conflict with another individual starts firing shots while there's a dismissal going on, right? That says something to our collective city right now. We have a collective responsibility. And many of us get on the phones and in the sound bites and say, Mr. Mayor, what are you doing? Well, Mr. Mayor should be asking all of us, what are we doing? We have a collective responsibility to speak to our kids. We have a collective responsibility to watch out for who our kids are interacting with and hanging out with. We have a collective responsibility to check their book bags. Amy, let me share something with you. A large majority of the weapons that we've taken out of school this year were weapons that were given to children by their parents. Can you believe that? Pepper spray, tasers, knives. These are the items that were taken from young people. And when we're calling parents to say your child was caught with this, mom is saying, I gave it to him. I gave it to her. And they're saying that they're giving these items to young people as early as in elementary schools to keep themselves safe as they transition to and from. Many of these kids wouldn't even know what to do with any of those items. And I'm saying to you that this is partly education, but this is all part community responsibility. And I would challenge each and every one of us to join a part of that community. And when I say community, I mean tap into our school community. Ask your principals, what can we do? Let's start an educational forum where we're helping parents understand that equipping young people with these weapons in many cases is going to put them in more harm than good, right? Because when they get caught with the police department with these items, they've given them juvenile report summonses, and in some cases, they're arrested, right?
No,
And that's not what we need for our
Okay.
people. So thank you very much for that question, Amy, and I hope I answered you.
Yes, thank you. And I look forward to working with you. I'm from the Bronx, so I do totally hear what you just said. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, guys. I see members of the community. I left our email in the chat. If you want to ask Mr. Rampersad something, we'll start tallying questions. He's not going to take questions right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Rampersad. It's great to see you. We'll see you again. You have active parents here. We hear your call, and that's why we wanted you here. So
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you, President. And listen, I am a friend. Feel free to call on me.
I'm sorry, we haven't seen you ever. We keep emailing you. We can.
Yeah, sorry, but yeah. So email any questions, members of the public. You can email us at d75council@schools.nyc.gov. Gotta respect Mr. Rampersad's time.
Yes.
It was an emergency fit in. We'll try to schedule some time so he can have some more time to speak. So thank you so much, sir.
Take care.
All right, you as well. Thank you, council members and members of the public for your understanding. One more order change that I need to request from the council, adjustment to the agenda. So Ramona has a personal situation and the minutes are not complete at this time. So can I get a motion to table the review of the minutes for our next business meeting on May 4th, please?
I table the minutes for next month.
Thank you, Amy. Can I get a second?
A second.
Thank you, Christy. Celia, I recognize your hand.
I'm going to ask this respectfully because it's confusing sometimes. Can we either use the hands, or if we're going to call out, we're all going to call out. But when we're making motions, nobody ever recognizes the hands.
Okay.
So it's a difficulty,
I-
you know.
Mr. Spencer, can I comment to that? I
All right,
beg
go ahead.
to differ. Whenever I'm there, I see the hand, we have called on you. You have made multiple motion on Ms. Green, so we do recognize your hand. I just want to rectify that for the point on clarification of this thing.
No,
That was
I'm
not,
not.
no, wait.
Mhm.
That, I mean, that was kind of false information because there have been times when we see your hand go up and you have been called because your hand. So this moving forward, what we would say, Mr. Spencer, is that raise your hand and we will call on it. That will
Okay.
rectify that.
All right. So moving forward, that's how I'll recognize any motions. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Lawrence and Celia. Anybody on the council have anything that they need to ask or before we take a vote? Any other discussion? Raise your hand if you have any other discussion. So that way we're not talking out of turn. I'll start doing that now. I don't see any hands from the council going once, going twice. Okay, Chrissy M, I want to do a roll call for this. Do you mind?
No problem. Okay, so I'm starting the roll call vote to table the review of the meeting minutes till our May 4th meeting. Ms. Amy Ming Tsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Asiadu.
Yes.
Okay, I have 11 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you, council members. Appreciate that. All right, so going down a list in terms of business meeting agenda items. The next item is a review of what our plans are for the end of the year, end of the school year, June 2022. You guys asked to make sure this was on the agenda, the last calendar meeting on the 16th of March.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes,
go
sir.
up one more. You forgot. Review council format and procedures for meeting agenda. We didn't do that.
That's actually after that. It's after this. Because
No.
what's following the annual report.
Okay,
is-
I see where you at. I got you. I see you. Got that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Christy Angel, Guru, can you lead this conversation? Because we really haven't had time to talk about it. I'm gonna just
Yes.
throw protocol a little bit out the window, a little bit free fall. I know.
We don't have to free fall or throw protocol out. I can be very brief if you can assist me and pull up the event locations in the drive.
Okay.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. I'm finding it. As soon as I find it, I'll share my screen. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just share while you're looking. So basically right now we are still looking for schools to basically hold the awards dinner. On the next meeting, I'll have numbers basically in regard to what the tents may cost. Currently, they're looking at about $65 for tents, $25 for tables, but we are looking to see how we can alleviate having to use any of our finances in regard to that. Today, we actually would like to lock down the park location in Central Park, seeing that we do need 21 days prior to being able to lock that down. That does have a $25 fee with requesting a special events permit in Central Park. The three parks that we do have up for suggestion, they are all ADA accessible. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. So the first, hold on one moment.
And this is in the link, ladies and gents on the council. In the link I emailed you guys, 6:25 p.m. And the folder, the document that I'm showing right now is locations for CCD 75 Family Day.pdf.
Thank you.
Where did I put it? There we go.
So the first location is Bloomingdale Playground. It's at 907 Amsterdam Avenue in New York. It is ADA accessible. It is part of the New York City Mayor's Community Parks Initiative, where they redesigned the playground, and it has been hailed as a gold standard for accessibility and inclusiveness in the city. What I do like about this particular playground is that they're on the, could you go to the second slide for me, Craig? Thank you so much. What I do like about this particular playground is that they do have the field in the background and a really large playground. It's one of the most inclusive playgrounds in New York. It has a flat playground with cushioned flooring and safety fences and a train-shaped play area. And what I love is that even children with wheelchairs can really get involved with everything that's going on. Restrooms are also located there. So if we do get approved for that, we would need to actually put in an additional permit request to have the field. That is a step that is required from Central Park. Our next option, if I'm going too fast, please ask me to slow down, I don't mind.
Okay, I'm good.
Our second option is the Matthew P. Sapelin Playground, and that's in Central Park on West 70th Street between West End Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue. It is also ADA accessible. It's formerly known as Playground 70. And it is a terrific resource and plethora for children. It does have accessible bridges. It has sensory playground items for children with autism. And we would have to also put in a permit for the field that is attached to the playground. So we will be able to use both of those items in that location as well. The final option is in Washington Market Park. That is downtown Manhattan. It's on Chambers Street between Greenwich Street and West Street. Washington Market Park is at the foot of West Street pedestrian walkway. It's a popular neighborhood with destinations for children and athletes. They have tennis courts, basketball courts, and basically, as you see in the pictures, you can see that there are picnic areas, there is an open lawn area, a playground, and there are restrooms that are accommodated there as well. So these are the three options that we are putting before the council to ask for us to get option 1 and option 2 in case something is not available, seeing that it is the end of the year.
Thank you, Christy. Let me stop.
I
Is
will
there
say-
anything else I'm sharing?
Yes.
Or
And only this right now for now, but I am adding, I'm getting bids for our caterers. I'm going to upload 2 of them today. We will not be able to go through those numbers. We'll have to do that on the 4th, but I definitely would like to lock in at minimum the location for the field day, because we are trying to get a few vendors who will come out and help us with relay races and boot camps and things of that nature to help lock that in.
is there an extra cost for, did you say there was an extra cost for the permit?
The permit is $25 and the permit for the field is also $25.
So
Angel.
Yes.
Go ahead,
What do
Mr. Moore.
security look like for this?
You know, I know that's your specialty. So if you could help me out or tell me what I might need to look at, because I did list, there is a listing on the permit that does ask if we will be needing, if we will be using security. If you can help me out there, I would perfectly love that.
Yeah, you would definitely need security, especially with bringing kids out there and having runners. Yeah. We'll talk offline.
Thank you. Okay. And so outside of that, basically, we are, by the next meeting, we will have the listing of the places where we want to have the awards dinner. We do have a survey that will be going out to our communities where we'll be asking for people to be nominated for our different awards that we will be giving out. We have also requested pictures of those who have passed away and who are no longer with us, so that we may memorialize them as well at the award dinner. And I think that is it for now.
Okay, to ask you another question about the award
Yes.
ceremony. Being that it's inside, what do it look like for those who may not be vaccinated? Because there are people who are not vaccinated still, and those things are still in effect. So are we thinking of something to accommodate, let's say if somebody get recognized and they may not be vaccinated and can't attend? So if there's,
Well, it
is there
definitely
something we could do?
absolutely, we can have it hybrid in that regard. We can
So it
definitely
will
do
be
that.
hybrid.
Absolutely, we can do that. I will make sure that we put that into the notes and we make the correct provisions to make sure that that can happen.
Anybody else from the council have any questions? Any concerns? Do I need to share my screen again for the locations, what they look like?
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt if we just ran through it really quickly
All
one more
right,
time.
let me do that for my people. Oops, excuse me, minimize that. So as I get these alerts off my screen, where am I at here? So yeah, so Bloomingdale Playground, 907 Amsterdam Avenue. Matthew P. Sapelin, is that right? Sapelin, Sapelin probably.
Yes.
West 70th Street and West End Avenue. And Washington Market Park, Chambers Street, Greenwich Street, and West Street. In terms of transportation, I'm wondering, I'd like to see more of the accommodations in terms of Washington Market Park. I think it may be it may be closer to more subway stops than, well, I mean, it'd be hard for Central Park and Harlem. It's not an issue for Bronx and Manhattan, but Brooklyn, Queens, Eastern Queens, Staten Island. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
most
just
of
for,
these only have, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Most
go
of
ahead.
these only have about a 4-minute walk from the train station.
Right, but I'm thinking just in a location as close to as many trains as possible.
Then that would be the 2 Central Park locations. Columbus Circle. People go through that to get to at least where we're going with Central Park.
Mhm.
Also, we're looking for these I'm glad you said that. We are looking to have this on June 18th or June 25th. We would like to have both of those days as tentative dates in case one of them doesn't work out or a vendor is not available. Additionally, for the awards dinner, we are looking to have that go on Friday, the 17th, around 5:30 or 6:30. And the end of the year event will be from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 18th or the 25th. If we so choose.
And the awards can you review that? Where were you thinking about the awards? Where that was
With
going
the
to be held?
awards dinner, we're currently looking at about 75 people. That'll be 50 people that will be awarded, 25 people between the superintendent's office, former council members, and our current council members. There is wiggle room to maybe add about 25 more people. We're looking at about 75 to 100, just to try to keep within, safety measures, considering what is going on or what a venue may request. That's so far what we have there. We just have the date, we have the time, and we're looking into the venues. We were trying to find some school locations simply because it might be easier to do that in a building. So if any council members do have additional recommendations, please just let us know there.
So it's not in any of these documents for me to show,
It is
right?
currently not in any of the documents. We basically just want to lock in the date and the time, and then we can present the locations to lock in on May 4th. And then we would have a little over a month to do the final steps.
Okay.
My only thing with those dates, Christy, is I'm listening to the dates you saying, and already I see like 7 graduations for District 75 families. So we want to get those dates soon as possible. There's no way we can move it up a little earlier in June, because that's graduation time.
Which dates did you say were graduation time?
Well, I heard you say 17. I heard you said 24. Those are some
those 2 Saturdays, both Saturdays.
Yeah. There's graduations that happen on Saturdays and even Sundays too. So we want to make sure that we able to get it in a place where either early on in June, maybe.
So maybe the 11th, but do we have any conflicts with the 11th? Are there any other things that may be going on? I would have to speak with, we can find some ways to switch up vendors if we have to. Whatever may work is what we should do. If the 17th and if the 18th and the 25th are graduation dates, that would be conflicting.
Yeah, and I would definitely
know how
say
many and the times of them?
Well, they're all different times. I'm gonna print out something and email to you for you to have a roughly idea.
Tentatively want to lock down the 11th and the 18th as tentative possible dates?
That might sound good. Yeah, earlier than better.
Okay.
I recognize Amy's hand.
I do echo that. I do also want to be mindful that there are a lot of events happening between end of April to June, with District 75 every school hosting a lot of their events on the weekends so that they can make sure that their co-sites are part of the event. So I just want to be mindful that even if we do push it up, that there could be thousands of events happening on weekends, but also thinking that as the weather is nice, and there are a lot of community events happening and sport games and people also reserving these fields and spaces, that we be mindful. I just wanted to say that we need to have a wiggle room to make sure that, one, we can get a permit for that date as soon as we can kind of figure this out. But I do just want to suggest that if we kind of agree, if these 3 are fitting or 2 are fitting, we can go from there and see their availability, because if they already are reserved for those 2 days that we're locking in, then we're at square one again. So I just want to be mindful of all the situations that are happening. And in the summer, especially when the weather is nice, people use the field days and they use parks a lot because they're at very low cost, and people can use it for several different events. So I just want to be mindful, but thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Okay. I think any other council members? Let me take a look at the agendas here. What do we have? All right. So just to keep a tally, so Celia has requested that we vote on our the annual writers tonight, and also now we would need to also secure dates and possible locations for the end of the year. So I think these are things that we'll have to vote on in our calendar. Just keeping a tally of that. And I'm assessing that right, Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's 7:12, so I'm gonna, if there's nothing else, because we'll have to revisit it in the calendar meeting. The next item on the agenda is kind of maybe a little bit, yeah, we need some time. So I want to move on. If nobody else has anything else, thank you, Christy, for your work. All right, guys. So next item on the agenda is uh what Constance had brought up last month, I believe, or sometime maybe in February, in terms of format and procedures regarding the agendas for the meeting and communication for about committee meetings. I gave it 15 minutes on this. So, hey, Constance, are you there? Constance?
Yeah, Mr. Spencer?
Thank you, Constance. Hope you're well. Can you just bring the council up to speed on the same page in terms of what we're looking to review and possibly vote on tonight, please?
My original request in email was that we outline exactly what our agenda was going to be on our future meetings we outlined the agenda for next month's business and or calendar meeting today, so that we have it ahead of time. Okay. And we should do that every meeting, always outline our future agendas, so we don't have any issues in email or anything like that. What was the other item you were speaking about? I'm sorry.
Communication regarding committee activity.
I just want to make a statement that all our committee meetings are public meetings. No one can be closed off from any meetings. Members of the council, all committees belong to the council. Therefore, any member of the council can attend any committee meeting at any time they want, as well as the general public. They all under open meetings law, along with our calendar and business meeting. And they have to be, the notice has to be sent out on any meetings. There can be no private meetings amongst council members. If 3 or more are having some sort of meeting, that is a problem. That is actually considered a committee meeting that becomes a public item. Okay.
Like notifications.
Prior notice for our meeting, and there should be prior notification. You cannot send out a notice for a meeting you're having. Only emergencies are 48 hours. Other meetings, special meetings of any kind, are 72 minimum. 72 hours from the issuance of the notice, not from when you make the notice.
What did you say about the 48 hours?
If 48 hours is an emergency meeting, that means something like what occurred yesterday. If something like 9/11, some major emergency that affects the council or the D75 community anywhere, we can call emergency meetings for that. Also, you can call an emergency meeting for budget modification if something's incorrect.
Okay.
Okay, besides, yeah.
Includes budget.
Mm-hmm. But there has to be a justification for the emergency. It can't be because we just forgot to do something. It has to be something that is required and has a. But as I said, all I'm the public, and that has to be recorded, and you cannot allow someone into a meeting that we're having. We can prevent the public from speaking at our business meeting and other venues as committees, but we need to set the criteria when those meetings start as to who speaks and when. And our committee meetings generally now are open to the public, so anyone can join them, attend, and participate. I understand. Any of them.
So my internet must have freaked out. Thank you, Constance, for that. Christy Angel, I recognize your hand.
Thank you so much. Really quickly, is there a way that we can work with someone again, like maybe Jesse Mojica or someone where our council Zoom can be sent over to retransfer so that we can have access to the transcript and the videos? Because if other council members have access to what, you know, the videos, the meeting, et cetera, then we could at minimum listen to the motions that were presented for the agenda at the last meeting and at least have that presented so we can move forward.
So you're requesting access to Zoom recordings and
Yes, and then if we could list on the special meetings, we're supposed to list why the reasons for the meeting, and I think we leave that off at times, so we should be cognizant of letting the public know what the special meeting is for.
I think we'll I think we're gonna, because we're supposed to have a face check-in tomorrow. I made that a note. Maybe that's something we'll bring up. And we'll have more time to go to review. But especially, I think we want to be careful. The quagmire is with our Zoom. It's set up via a DOE. So in terms of how we as non-DOE, how we're going to have access to that, I don't know how that's going to work. But I made note of it. Constance, I recognize your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that you were speaking about the meeting with Face tomorrow. There is an email out requesting that the meeting will only be with Alexis, and because Mr. Mojica cannot attend. So she had requested the council members whether or not they still wanted to continue without Jesse's presence.
Okay, yeah, I saw the late email. I didn't get a chance to read that. I guess we can take a vote on that in the calendar meeting. Okay. No, thank you, Constance. Chris, okay, so anybody else have any other questions? Because I guess that's what we will be voting on this too. We'll be voting on putting as a standard practice, making sure the agenda for next month's meeting is set up in every business meeting. So for instance, we're gonna need to set up agenda items for both May 4th and May 18th. So we need to vote that in, and I think we'll vote that in terms of best practice, and then see if that needs to be added to the bylaws. And then we'll also vote in terms of making sure that committees are always open meeting laws, subject to open meetings law, that no council members are barred out. They have to give a 72-hour notice and agenda. So we'll need to vote on that. So any other council member have anything else that they need some clarification on? Constance, did I sum that up? Did I tie that up neatly?
I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer, the last item you stated, a 72-hour, I'm sorry, agenda, or I just, the device.
Notice an agenda with 72 hours.
Explanation of the meeting. Is that what Ms. Angel requested? That we put the reason why we request a special meeting, correct? That is 2 hours.
Right. I mean, it would, and so what I did was I tied it up like a committee has to notify the public 72 hours before they actually meet what the agenda is, both notification and what the reason for the meeting is.
Okay, thank you.
That's how I tied it up.
Thank you.
Want to make sure I tie up neatly. Thank you. All right, 7:22. Any other council members, anything to add? Because we'll be voting on this in the calendar meeting. Going once. Mr. Lawrence, am I forgetting anything? Does everything seem smooth?
We doing good.
All right. Going once, going twice, council members. I don't see any hands. Okay, so we're going to move on. Got a couple of things here. Good, we're gonna, all right. So the last item on the agenda for old business, it was a stretch. Well, I'm a little bit of a stretch. So we voted in quorum and unanimously for Mr. Lawrence and I to sign a letter regarding the support of free school meals in New York State schools. But let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because unfortunately, Ramona couldn't have the minutes. I put it on there that we would do that and sign it, but I'm not sure what the follow-up was for it. Mr. Lawrence, does that refresh? Does I know the council voted to sign it. I don't know what to do next.
Yeah, it was sent out. CCD 75 was included on it. We was included. Yeah. It was sent out. We was included on it.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention in terms of next steps. If I'll just refer to your emails, folks. If you have any additional questions, just let Mr. Lawrence and I know, and then we'll bring up the subject again. But I just want to make sure that bow was tied up in terms of, we sent it out after it was signed. I just want to make sure that was addressed. Any council members have any questions regarding that particular subject? Taking a look at the hands, I don't see any hands. 7:24 p.m. While I'm at it, any other old business? While I am at it, any other old business that needs to be brought up? Let me see here. What we got? So that there. While we got a little bit of time, Christy, Christy Angel, I was in the middle of just trying to keep in contact with Ramona when you were reviewing the Special Olympics. Can you go over again where we stand on the Special Olympics? Was I supposed to show something on screen? Because I was also trying to...
we have the report, but I can just read it off just to save us time. In regard to the collaboration that our council is doing with the Special Olympics of New York, I did speak with a couple of members of Special Olympics of New York. And what we have decided so far to just make sense is that the outreach committee is identifying key stakeholders. And we sent out a survey to the District 75 principals to gauge which schools have capacity and a green light to do the program. So we are also researching which schools currently do work with Special Olympics of New York. And the second aspect is that they do want to do parent workshops that will specialize in transition, because they recognize that after 18 to 21, when our children do graduate school, there is a 10-year age gap after high school where families are not aware of services. So they would like to bridge that gap. The third aspect would be community programs, where there would be weekend competitions covering a range of abilities. And it doesn't have to be outside of the school. There are community options available though. Additionally, they do work with young athletes from 2 to 7 years old. So we do have a wide range that we can cover all of our students. So we would definitely need to follow up after the survey to let the council know how many schools are interested, how many schools have capacity, and what the steps would look like after that.
Okay, thank you, Christy. And Christy M had a great presentation in terms of transition. Hopefully you ladies could work together to see where there's some common ground and bringing the transition community, if you guys need to, if you see the need. I just want to make sure that recognize Christy M's efforts toward that. Thank you, Christy Angel. Mr. Lawrence, you raise your hand?
Yeah, I did. old business. I just want to say for the record once again, uh, we have reviewed the transcript for August the 17th. Those bylaws are signed, and those the council do have bylaws. So I'm better confused on why there was conversation that the council do not have bylaws. It was signed by myself and Ms. Cadona. And in those bylaws is a couple of things in there. So the council do have bylaws. I just wanted to publicly say that on record. And on those who have asked for transcript, it's all 470 some pages is being worked on. Therefore, a copy could be mailed to your house.
I'm about to show that on the screen in terms of the document that you are referring to. If you could bear with me for a minute. Just need to see what I did there. There we go. Give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen, for the record. Going to share my screen. Okay, so yep, so this is what he's Mr. Lawrence is referring to regarding the bylaws that was signed by himself as president and former council secretary Grizel Cardona. If this was passed out by Ramona, emailed this at our March 16th. It's in the packet for the March 16th calendar meeting. If you don't have it, please let me know and I could forward this to you. I don't want to, it's 14 pages, and of note, there is a code of conduct at the end of it. There was discussion in reference to amending the code of conduct, maybe adding certain things, but with this signed document, that doesn't mean this signed document proves that we do have a code of conduct that we could abide by as a council. So absences, disciplinary action. So that's what I want to make sure. Yeah, council members, just if you don't have it, just let me know. Constance, I recognize your hand.
Okay. Mr. Spencer, those
Yes, ma'am.
bylaws were signed and were voted in. The code of conduct portion was not voted in. Just so you understand, you need to go back to that transcript for that meeting date. Okay? It was put on hold to be looked at and reviewed and then decided on. Okay?
All righty. So I'll go back to the transcript and verify. Thank you for that point of information, Constance. She's the bylaws chair. Christy Angel, I recognize your hand.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to piggyback with what Mrs. Constance Asiadu was saying. It was also given to the bylaws committee for review to bring up to the council as well. So I do believe Mr. Asiadu has a meeting that'll be coming up soon to go over some of those items that Mr. Lawrence just brought up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, this song for clarification. It's 475 pages, and I have reached out to some other council members. This for my records too. I have contacted Ms. Altman. We did actually, as Constance said, we was supposed to come back and talk about the amendment to the code of conduct, but the code of conduct was actually approved in that vote that we had on August the 7th. So we will have to get that on transcript. And yes, it was given over to them, but I don't want this document to make like it didn't exist, because it was worked on by the previous council. And yeah, it could be amended, but we do have stuff. And like I said, all 475 pages will be mailed to those who needs a copy. Some people have already got, but it was definitely put into there. And we had a follow-up meeting on 2 weeks later with Agar Claudette from FACE. And that's also in the minutes too.
Self off mute. Constance, Your hand is still up. You still had a point to make?
No, I just want to say, as Mr. Lawrence said, we'll get the transcript and from there we'll find out exactly what was decided. Thank you.
Sounds like that's going to be on the agenda for May 4th. Why don't I go ahead and be proactive and put that on? Okay. Any other old business? 7:32 p.m. Any other old business, council members? Going once, going twice. Okay, so thank you, council members, for that. We are, go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, no, we gotta do new business first. And we gotta also go over what's gonna be on the next, what's gonna be on next month's agendas, both May 4th and May 18th. So
So we're over time. So how much time are we giving for, how much additional time are we giving for this meeting?
I would say about 15 minutes. Mr. Lawrence,
Okay.
can you concur?
Yeah, 15 minutes. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Joanne. Mean no disrespect. Thank you for keeping me on point with the time. Appreciate that. All right, council members. So what I was looking to do was maybe do some of the reports here in the new business, so there'd be more time for public feedback in our calendar. I just yeah, that was the gist of the putting this part of the new business in terms of taking some of the report aspect of the calendar meeting and try to put it in here. So let me take this opportunity then. Any just Christy M, I'll work it down in terms of other, and I know Amy, I'll consider you had your basic report in terms of what you did for the OPT and the follow-up that is to come after the spring break. Christy Angel was verbose in reference to the outreach she's doing with Special Olympics and trying to set aside end of the year activity. Let's see. So we have safety, we have transition, we have capacity. Celia gave us a report on the annual report. We briefed in terms of the bylaws that Constance is going to have something coming up soon. So we kind of gave some of our reports already. Let me take this opportunity to revisit in reference to some other committee chairs that haven't spoken yet. I'll start with Christy M. Christy M, in reference to transition, was there anything any new business that you wanted to add? You want to take this opportunity?
Right now, we just had the OPWDD eligibility meeting, and then we partnered with the outreach committee, and we had the self-direction information meeting earlier this week. And I'm just looking forward to finding some more speakers and more topics to present on for our committee. So not too much going on. We just wrapped up a busy month.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right. So going into safety, Aisha, I think sometimes you work with Joanne on this. Do you have anything that you wanted to report? Anything you want to? I know the follow-up with Mark 100% will be big. Amy brought up the fact in terms of safety with Truman Campus. That's also of note. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? I know you had some nutrition things that you were working on. Any progress? Anything you want to declare?
Good evening. I'm continuing, or we are continuing to reach out to the community. I am actually in contact with someone from Brooklyn North and trying to get in contact with someone from Brooklyn South Community Outreach to speak at a our upcoming meeting, and then we're going to decide what dates when we have the speakers locked down. We're working on a possible workshop for parents and students. And there's also a Brooklyn South Community Outreach is having a Autism and Health and Safety Day on April 30th. Space is limited, however. It's at 64 Avenue X in Brooklyn, New York. And NYPD will be there, the fire department will be there. There will be CPR demonstrations, a bouncy house, therapy dogs, photos, different games and activities for the kids. So that's something that is happening in Brooklyn, and we are going to try to work in conjunction with them as well.
Sounds good. Whenever you get a flyer, just email the count, and just let Mr. Lawrence know. Yeah, email the council, and then so we could distribute that. And thank you for those. Looking forward to further updates on that. In your committee work, Christy Angel, I recognize your hand.
Yes, would you be able to pull up the CCD 75 conference proposal? I would
Okay.
like for us to vote on that in the calendar meeting.
Repeat that again. What was it?
It's the conference proposal.
Conference proposal. Not the conference planner.
Yeah, whichever one says conference is fine. I might be saying the wrong word.
Okay. Alrighty. So it's like 1-day virtual conference. That's the one?
Yes.
Okay, gonna share my screen. Let's do 5 minutes on this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, the council is looking at doing a parent empowerment special education conference. And what you're looking at here are the panels that the outreach committee is proposing to the council that we solidify for May 14th with a additional date of May 21st if the 14th cannot work out for council members and or vendors. So we basically would have a panel in the morning for District 75 programs transitioning into and out of D75. We're looking to lock down the speakers in regard to that. We were going to look into superintendent's office, but we want to make sure that we get the right people who can show up on a Saturday and not kind of, overwhelm people. The second panel would be Project Connect, where we would talk about social and community supports with OPWDD, front door case management, and different services. Adapt Community Services has agreed to present. We would also like to have a SSI portion of that so that parents will know what Social Security income is, and we are awaiting a presenter's name for that. The third session would be supporting emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs. We have presenter Ryan Grimes, who works within special needs developmental pediatrics. We also have Rebecca Wright, who is a BCBA school psychologist and a doctorate for health, a doctorate for behavioral health. And we will be looking to add onto that panel Spark Kids so that we can let all of the parents know what is available outside of normal school as far as arts and culture. The final panel that we would like to present would be knowing your legal rights, and that would be special needs planning, IEPs, will planning, any type of knowledge parents would need to know in regard to their rights. We do have Aroma MP Reynolds, Esquire, who is willing to do that for us, and she is a special education law and children's advocacy person. I am requesting, or the council, the outreach committee is requesting that we can solidify these panels as panels and then also come back to the council with the solidified names and that we can hold both dates of the 14th and the 21st. We are leaning much more toward the 14th. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Christy Angel. Something else we gotta vote on the calendar meeting. Okay, time is tight. Any other new business, ladies and gentlemen of the council? Any other new business? Amy, I recognize your hand.
I apologize. Was confused by if we're doing the committee reports now or we're doing it in calendar meeting.
Well, if in the interest of time, it's still on the calendar meeting agenda. So, I anything else you want to add, you can add it at that time. Because right now, what I'm trying to do is just wrap up the business meeting so we can start that.
Okay, so I'll just share. I don't know if Celia or any of you had shared for the capacity utilization committee. And then also something else I wanted to share too, that the district is parents are doing. So the first thing is that we had all of the proposals up to date, all been passed for the upcoming school year. We did have this past Monday a proposal for Success Academy to continue to move their elementary out of the building and then expand their put in a high school, so it'll be expanding from middle school up to high school. And that was a joint public hearing on Monday. Everyone from this count, well, the members on this counts, I believe, all attended, and there will be a vote for the PEP on the 27th of this month for that proposal. And then on a very, very last minute, I don't know, Craig, if you received the email that came out for the addition A190 proposal for a elementary school at PS 57 in Staten Island. They had an SLT briefly just to get caught up with just the information in regards to what it will look like for what they're proposing this school year, with additional funding of construction to facilitate this building for both for District 31 and District 75 if the proposal do get passed. So I just wanted to share that, and they're proposing for a community meeting, joint public hearing, and the PEP for June. And that proposal will come out, I believe, the first week of May or in the beginning of the May. And then the other part I wanted to share is that I'm a support member of the Healing Center Working Group, and District 75 is part of the districts that have been selected to do the ambassador work along with the current initiative programs. One is the pilot program and one is the district ambassador program. And we have a couple of members of ambassadors here. Just wanted to share that they're actually working on one, which is the ambassadors that are selected to do the pilot. They're doing a certification training for non-clinicians to participate in their full project of healing. And then the district ambassadors, for those that are not part of the pilot, been selected, and they will be doing a healing project on their own. Due to the constraints of the superintendent's office, they've asked ambassadors to just do and continue to work at the school base versus the district base. But we're continuing to work on that, and the projects are toward the end of the school year. So I look forward to the ambassadors sharing that with the council as well as the district office. And then we have wonderful support from our leaders in the district team. So I just want to share a little bit, what's going on, exciting news for the healing centered practices that we're initiating citywide, including District 75. So thank you so much.
Thanks for that update, Amy. And yeah, I was going to mention the capacity stuff in the calendar, but that's good. So Joanne, what we're going to do is that takes some time off for our calendar meeting. So you can add another 5 minutes to this because we just need to break down what agendas are going to be for next month, since we're not going to meet again until the 4th of May. So I want to spend 5 minutes on that. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, so agenda items for our business meeting next month. We're going to review the code of conduct, see what the status of that is from the bylaws that was signed on 8/21, August 17th, 2021. Let's see. Further discussion on end of the year once we vote on terms of where we're going to hold that and things of that nature. So end of the year and awards ceremony and actually the conference too, since the agenda, the business meeting will be before the proposed conference. Let's see, what else are we doing? Any safety follow-up? We'll continue that discussion. Oh, minutes, outstanding minutes. Let me see what else. What I'm proposing for the May 18th agenda is probably the healing centered school. So Amy, if you can maybe we have a little presentation on that. Because I know one of my parents of my daughter's school is ambassador. She was this year. She always needs help with that. Future discussion. Let's see. So we definitely need to have an update on for our business meeting, the annual report and any Special Olympics update, because there's a lot of with the surveys and stuff going out. Also, update from the busing regarding OPT, because you're debriefing people after the spring break. So we need an update on that. So that's the rundown. And yeah, so with the safety, I'm including just update with correspondence from Mr. Rampersant, as well as anything else that Aisha needs to add. Anything else I'm missing, ladies and gentlemen? Anything else I'm missing in terms of agenda items for next month, both business on the 4th and calendar on the 18th? Anything I'm missing? Anything I'm missing, guys? Anything? Angel, I haven't heard from you, man. Actually, Constance has her hand up, so I'm going to circle back. Go ahead, Constance.
Yeah, I just want to know, is the proposal that we are having a presentation on healing-centered schools and with an update of how the ambassadors are progressing in their schools, particularly the D75? Is that going to be the presentation for the business or calendar meetings that you stated?
That would be for the calendar. I'm putting it out there to have it like a presentation.
Right.
And I'll call for a vote in our calendar meeting, of course. So
right.
to get
also, Mr. Rampersant did say that the safety protocols that someone can come and present to us, because there seems to be some confusion as to what is a shelter in and a soft and hard lockdown. There's a lot of representation as to what went on in the schools.
Right.
Yeah, throughout. Okay, so he said they do train. So, sorry, mic went off. I'd like to propose.
No. I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'd like to propose that we set some sort of date for us to have a council training with the public, propose a date to do that. So they can answer all the questions and do a presentation. So every parent and all of us understand exactly what the terminology means. Okay?
Yeah, what I'm thinking with that is, number one, I think we need a little bit more further discussion because we just started the conversation with him. Number one, number two, I'm with the time left in the rest of the school year. I'm thinking that might be a special meeting.
That's what I'm saying.
Um,
That's what I'm saying.
um,
Special presentation, because you don't know what's going to happen, whether we have a month to the school year or not. That's why I was suggesting.
Right. Okay. So maybe I'll just put that. We can vote on that in a calendar meeting, which I'm trying to get to. But I'm thinking that with the Healing Center schools, that's something that Amy already has that at hand. So you know, if I thought that'd be easier to have a presentation on that.
I don't have an issue with that presentation. That's not what I was stating. I was just saying that we should consider the other one as soon as possible also.
Right. Right.
Aside from
Duly noted. Thank you. Yes, Joanne, I heard the ring. I'm trying to wrap this up. Thank you. Angel, I'm picking on you. You got anything to add, brother?
So far, everything's good.
Okay, sir. All right. All right. Any other, so I'm going to wrap this up, guys, since I don't see any other hands. Thank you, Constance, for your feedback. Thank you, council members, for all your work. Just expanding this council's footprint and influence. Mr. Lawrence and I greatly appreciate it. But time is of the essence. So I have these as in terms of agenda items. Feel free to email Mr. Lawrence and I, email the entire council with any additional suggestions. And we'll be voting on a couple of things in the calendar meeting momentarily. Last call for any other suggestions. Last call, going once, going twice. All righty. Mr. Lawrence, I am wrapping this up. Can I get a motion to adjourn the business meeting, please, at 7:54 p.m. on the 13th of April?
I move to adjourn the business meeting.
Can I, Amy, are you putting your hand to second that?
Correct. Second.
Oh, so noted. Christy, can you note that Christy Angel, any objections, any abstentions to that? Raise your hand, say. So Christy M, this business meeting is adjourned at 7:54 p.m. Per Christy Angel and Amy. Do you guys need a bathroom break? Do you need to check on your kids? Make sure the dinner isn't burning? Can we keep it moving to the calendar meeting?
Go right into the calendar meeting, Mr. Spencer, because we
Thank you
have
so much. All righty. So we are starting the calendar meeting at 7:55 p.m. on April 13th, 2022. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The public will be able to speak at a given time. But after the agenda is taken care of. So can I get a roll call? Christy M, when you're ready, please.
Sure, I'm doing the roll call at 7:56 p.m. Miss Amy Ming Tsai,
Present.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Present.
Mr. Shamal Lawrence,
present.
Miss Christy Angel,
Present.
Miss Christy Montavon, present, Mr. Angel Morales,
Present.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Present.
Ms. Celia Green,
Present.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Present.
Ms. Patricia Jewett, Patricia Jewett,
Present.
Ms. Constance Asiadu,
Yeah.
and Ms. Lanaya Jennings.
Let me see. Maybe she might not be able to.
She might not be able to unmute.
This is
Okay.
Priscilla Rodriguez. My phone froze, but I heard you guys.
Okay, so thank you so much, folks. Appreciate that. So we're going to take a another moment of silence. COVID is still out there. We want to recognize those that still have social, emotional, and physical things they're trying to overcome. So let's take a moment of silence. And before we start our calendar meeting, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Joanne, can you be the timekeeper again, please?
Sure, I'm already on it.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, folks. So we're going to start off. Actually, Ms. Lawrence, was there something? 'Cause I want to start off with the presentation with Ms. Kleinberg and Ms. Gibson.
Yeah,
Something-
this make note that we have received a request for an executive session after the public comment. So please make a note of that. That a
yes,
council member have requested. Okay.
So council members, yes, just for the record, there has been a request for an executive session. So please stay on the line after the calendar meeting is adjourned properly. Thank you so much. All right, so we're leading off with our esteemed members from the superintendent's team. It's going to be, what did I give this here? 15 minutes. Just one, Superintendent, how are you, sir?
I am well, sir. How are you?
I'm blessed, sir. Great to see you. Now, I left time because I know you said last on our calendar meeting on the 16th that Shelley and Shona had something, a presentation. So you guys have 15 minutes for an update in terms of your initiatives. Also, can you also speak? There's been a request by Paulette Healy. I think she's on board. She had brought up the concern for travel training. I know you guys are working on that, especially in light of what happened yesterday. So hopefully you can speak on that too. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. So pleasure to be here sharing this space with you. I'm hoping everybody is well and staying healthy. Look, we continue to look for ways to support our student there and partner with you any best way we can, and that's what our office will continue to do. We know, as I always say, this is not a work we can ever do by ourselves. This is a work we want to continue to do in partnership with you. And anybody who knows anything about us will know that this is the way we have always been. This is what we believe in now, yesterday, today, and all the time, because we know collaboration will get us where we want to go. As you know, we were really in the epicenter of what happened yesterday in Brooklyn, as you had Mr. Rempercent here tonight with you. 371 is a block away. Their main side, it's a block away from that subway station. But the school mobilized on time and kept all of our students and staff safe. I was in communication with not only Principal Miller, but also Principal Tremblay, because they both have school right there. And so we were pleased with their response. And there is always an opportunity for us to learn from our practices, and that's what we will be doing in the coming days, to review everything we have done to see if there is any place where we need to improve. We will continue to improve. We also want to remind you that we are in full planning of our Chapter 683 program while we ending this year. This is still April, of course, but we want to start early, and so we can really have a very successful program. As you know, the program will run for students from July 5th to August 12th, and our student K to 8 will have an opportunity to engage with CBOs, and a lot of conversation and plans are being developed now to ensure that District 75 participate fully and get full access to the CBO services that District 1 to 32 will have access to. There'll be more information shared with you, and the Family Engagement Office, Sasha, will be sharing more with you after I am through here. And so we've been working with our parent coordinators to support our families through enrollment, and they will not need to go through the DOE website like the way District 1 to 32 families are being asked to enroll. We will go to the same process we have always been using for Chapter 683. Our school will be managing the enrollment of all of our students. I want to take a quick minute before we transition to Shirley, Shona, and other team members here to share some information with you. I just want to take a quick minute to recognize and say thank you to Amy and all the other members of the Transportation Committee. I believe the meeting with OPT was a very successful meeting. A lot of information was shared, lots of new initiative and practices were discussed, and we know now who to contact whenever we have an issue with that involve OPT. Of course, our office will remain there to support you, and we will continue to do what we have always done, which is whenever a parent has an issue or has some concern regarding their transportation services, we will be there to liaise between the family and OPT and provide as much support as we can. But on that front, we have some good news to share with you, but I will defer to Sasha, Shona, when they will have their turn to share that good information with you. We are definitely moving in the right direction. We want to make sure whatever is in our power to do, we continue to do it. We want to rely on you. We know you have been advocating on our behalf in so many different ways. Thank you again for being there on Monday night, to support us to joint public hearing. And thank you for fighting our battles, even, those we know and those we don't know. So now I will transition, I will pass it over to Shirley or Shona just to share some more updates with you. I know they don't have a lot of time to share or a lot of things to share, but we have a whole team here standing ready to provide some updates. Shirley?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Superintendent.
It's wonderful as always to share a space with all of you on the council and guests. So thank you for this opportunity. I do have just a few very brief updates on our SIRS programming. In terms of the program, our students are currently participating in cycle 2 of SIRS across our school organizations. Programming is taking place before school, after school, and in some cases on Saturdays, both in person and remotely on the needs of the student. Schools are continuing to customize service delivery models based on the feedback from our families. So we appreciate all of the feedback that has been coming in terms of what will best meet the needs of students. Our school leaders, I'm very happy to say, are reporting very promising progress monitoring outcomes for students that are regularly participating in SIRS sessions. These outcomes are in progress towards meeting their IEP goals, progress towards their making gains in their math development and in their literacy skills. There's been a lot of creativity that has gone into the ways in which these interventions are being implemented, and we're very eager to see the continued outcomes and gains that our students make over the course of the remaining cycles. And within the DOE, plans are currently underway to look at some of the continued opportunities for SIRS programming moving forward. So we will most definitely pass that information along to all of you as soon as we have more information on that and what this might look like moving forward. So thank you very much for these few moments of your time, and I will pass the mic over to Shona.
Thank you so much, Shelley. Thank you so much, Superintendent Louisant. Thank you so much, council and parents, for being here tonight. It's wonderful to see you all. I don't have too much to update. I think last meeting, we just ran out of time before I got an opportunity to talk about attendance. So as I think many of you know, attendance was coordinated by our former health director, Joan Borland, who has left the Department of Education. And we have not yet been able to replace her role because of the hiring freeze. So I, along with Deputy Superintendent Breyer, have been supporting attendance along with the colleagues that we have in our data analytics team and our attendance teachers. So just very briefly about attendance in District 75. At the beginning of the school year, our attendance was not what we wanted. It was quite low. And as many of you know, as all of you know, there are many, many reasons why attendance was a challenge for our families and for our students, ranging from students becoming ill or not feeling well to transportation issues to a number of different reasons that the pandemic posed that made coming to school every day difficult for our children. I'm happy to report that many of those barriers have at least been mitigated, if not removed, and our attendance has hit the low 80s on a daily basis, which again is not exactly where we want it to be, because of course we want it to be 100% every day, but it is better than it was in September. And there are a couple of reasons for that. As I've said, some of the conditions of the pandemic have mitigated or lessened, and so people are finding it easier to get to school. People are finding it, they're not getting COVID to the degree that they were getting COVID a few months ago. And I also want to shout out or acknowledge the amazing work that Sasha and the superintendent's team has done in terms of managing all of the transportation escalations, because I know that were I to ask anybody here what the prime problem was with attendance, particularly at the beginning of the school year, that transportation was a huge issue. And so that team has been tireless in the work that they do. They are here before the district opens. They are there. They're the last people to turn off the lights. And so one of the things that we have been working on is trying to address those root causes. And I am pleased to let you know that as of last week, we have onboarded 2 new transportation liaisons specific to District 75. So District 75 has not had designated transportation liaisons in a few years. And so we're happy that both Wendy and Philip have joined us. They have been learning the ropes. So they're not, they're not going to be able to cure everything immediately, but they are learning the ropes. They are working very, very closely with Sasha and her team to like sort out all of the different data systems and issues. And we are hoping that that will be a longer term. No, we are confident that it will be a good resolution to a lot of the root causes to not only our attendance issues, but to the challenges that our families have getting their children to and from school. So I'm happy to share that news with you. And that is kind of my update, and I'll be happy to update on attendance in the coming meetings. So thank you.
Thank you, Shona. Before I pass it over to Sasha to share some family empowerment update, I know there was a question regarding travel training. She will amplify on my answer, but I will share with you that travel training has never been far from our mind. We have begun since, I believe, 2 months ago, or even before that, a pre-travel training program to get students we acclimated to the program. We have Journey to Independence. I have been in the Bronx myself, I believe 2 Saturdays ago, participating in one of those program sessions in the Bronx with our travel training director, David Abraham. And his team, we had many students there, and with their parent participating in travel training. What we have done also, since a lot of our staff have been redeployed because of the pandemic, we have been surveying this team to know which one will be available. Shelly has been doing this work with HR director, with Shona as well, and to see which staff will be available and what plan we need to enact to replace them in the school where they are currently placed. David Abraham has also been working with them, with us, developing plan to reactivate the program as soon as we can. So I just want to say that this is something we want to relaunch as quickly as possible, because we know there is absolutely a great need there for our students to resume travel training. I'm gonna pass it over now to Sasha. She will share more about that, and Shelly can jump into, because I know she's been doing this work on our behalf on tandem with Katia Murati.
Thank you, Superintendent Louisant, and good evening, members of the council and parents and district staff. Just wanted to give you a quick update. I know we've shared quite a bit of this with you via email. Just to go over a couple things that we have shared with you. We did share with you that the district will be hosting a awards ceremony for parent leaders, which includes members of this council, members of President's Council, which includes all the PTA presidents and executive board members throughout District 75. That will be held on April 29th. So we look forward to seeing all of you there. Just, of course, to celebrate you and the work that you've done over the last 2 years and continue to do. So thank you. We also shared with you that we will be hosting a series of workshops that I just want to run down really quickly. I know we've shared that with you. There will be a training for parent leaders with an organization called Inspiring Educators, and I know we've shared that information with you. We're hoping that members of the councils, of the various councils, register to attend. We are getting some RSVP, so we thank you for that. And that workshop will be held virtually on a Saturday, on a weekday, and I think it's also the week of the last week of April when we come back. So please just take a look at, when you find some time, to take a look at your emails and give us some feedback on that and respond. We are hosting, as we said, Journey to Independence workshops. We have held it, the workshop was first held in Brooklyn with 52 families participating with their children. It was really incredible to see them come in. It was one of the days when it was really incredibly raining and thunderstorming. Families came anyway. There is definitely a need for that. We had 30 students and families in the Bronx. In Manhattan, we have about 46 families that have already RSVP'd, and the sessions will be held in May. So we're hoping that we continue to get more families to RSVP. And remember, this is not travel training, this is pre-travel training. So it's also teaching families what to expect and what to do in preparation for the application process of your student to get into the travel training program. District 75 will celebrate and is celebrating District's Neurodiversity Month, which is April. Just so that the council is aware, District 75 students in grades K to 2 will all be receiving books and sensory items at the end of April to take home to start there and to continue and expand their at-home libraries. So we're really excited about that. Couple of workshops that we will be planning and that we will be sharing with you: guardianship. And you know, throughout our schools, a number of our schools are doing this already, but in the past we would have these workshops, so we want to continue to do that, and we'll offer those virtually to make it accessible to families. Workshops on self-direction, OPWD front door, understanding my child's IEP, transition planning and services. As we continue to develop and create workshops, we will certainly work in collaboration with the council, and we really want to do that. We know our next meeting is May 16th at 6 p.m. We hope that we can collaborate and work with members of your committees. I know one or two of the members have reached out to me in terms of some of the amazing things that you are planning. We'd love to partner with you and do this alongside with you to get that information out there to families. This year we did not have the family events because this takes quite a bit of planning and quite a number of staff members to pull this off. As you know, we have hundreds of students and families who normally participate in those events. We would like, of course, the superintendent has every expectation that these events will continue next year in a bigger and grander style and fashion. So we will work with the council, of course, to collaborate with us to plan this even bigger and better for families, as we know they are looking forward to participating in those events. I'm not sure if Ms. Natalie McQueen is on the line right now. She wanted to give you a quick update on SYEP and where we are with the 1,000 applications that we are attempting to receive for families. Natalie, are you on the call?
Yes, I am, Ms. Inglis.
Go ahead, Natalie. Could you give an update?
Yes. So good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. So just 3 quick updates. So as you were previously advised, District 75, we were successful this year in being awarded a SYEP Emerging Leaders contract. So we were allocated 1,000 slots for District 75, 600 slots for older youth. That would be youth between the ages of 16 to 21, and 400 slots for younger youth were between the ages of 14 and 15. The Emerging Leaders option of summer youth, it's a non-lottery option. Historically, has been available to youth who have been involved with ACS, criminal justice system, homeless, numerous barriers to employment. And we're very happy that in partnership with DYCD and the Mayor's Office for Employment, we were able to get these slots allocated. So we are working with schools. We've done outreach to schools. Schools are working feverishly to get applications to us. And we will continue to accept applications until the deadline, which is April 22nd. Even though that is the deadline, historically, DYCD has allowed, with the Emerging Leaders slots, they typically allow providers to continue to enroll young adults until all of the slots are filled. So we anticipate that if our slots are not filled by the 22nd, that we will be able to continue to enroll families. Beyond us having the 1,000 slots, last year, we were included in the eligibility category. So even when our slots are exhausted, our young adults who are currently enrolled with District 75, they still have the option, if they're not going to be participating in summer youth or they're aging out as of June 30th, they have the opportunity to apply to another emerging leaders provider. So our messaging to schools has been, if your young adult will be with us through Chapter 683, first send the application to us. If our slots are exhausted, then we're going to work with the schools and the families to direct that application to another emerging leaders provider. But the big message is that having our young adults submit an application via the lottery should be a last resort. And if we've also been working with schools and families where if there are any young adults who have applied to the online lottery and that information is shared with us, we work with DYCD to get those pulled from the lottery to be included in emerging leaders. So we're very excited about this because it really increases our ability to increase the access for our young adults to get paid experiences through the summer. Our schools, we're also working in tandem with our schools and our community partners to continue to have our community work-based learning classes go out. That it's a heavy lift, and we're happy to report that as schools continue to engage our community partners, they are getting some confirmations. So you will get more updates, and you will get more updates from your schools as it may be programming may change, but we're doing that in tandem with our community partners to really make sure that we're adhering to what their regulations are as it relates to health and safety, while also adhering to the DOE protocols. As Ms. English mentioned, we're also working with family engagement to deliver some workshops, and we're also partnering with our respective transition team leaders to also facilitate some borough-based sessions. On April 28th, in conjunction with the Brooklyn transition team leaders, we'll be hosting a meet and greet with providers who are based in Brooklyn to really give families access and one-on-one contact with providers who have openings for rehabilitation programs. So we'll share that information with you again, but we'll continue to partner with you, and any suggestions or recommendations you have for us to continue this work, we look forward to partnering with you.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Just really quickly, I wanted to share, and I think we also shared that with you. We received quite a bit of feedback from families over the last couple of weeks about having more and more virtual workshops. So with that in mind, we will be offering the Healthy Eating, Healthy Living series workshops for students in K-8 and well as high school students. So this will be virtual workshops where students and families will learn together how to create healthy meals, breakfast meals, lunch, dinner, snacks. At the end of those workshops, parents will be receiving items that they can use to work with their students at home. They will be receiving certificates, students and families, as well as a recipe book, interactive recipe book that they can work together with at home. So we're already receiving RSVPs for that. So please share that along with your families. We're continuing to have our conversation series with families. John Michael Carley will be having a workshops conversation series for families of students with autism. So we will share that with you in the coming weeks. Superintendent Louison.
Thank you, Sasha. I don't know if Angela is here, but I would like to share on her behalf that we have reached, now we have achieved a 92.62 compliance for related services. And I know Angela Willie is a champion into finding ways to meet compliance in terms of related services. We do ask that you let us know where we stand, how else we can support. She is out there looking to make connection with a lot of different agencies to be able to satisfy the RSAs whenever we need to issue one. So please continue to work with us. We are never animated by some bad intention or bad feeling. We are giving this work everything we have. and all that we can. But we do need to continue to need your support, understanding, and collaboration, and also for you to hold us accountable. And wherever we need to improve, and whenever you let us know, that's something we will continue to focus on and make sure we are delivering at high level. So thank you. Mr. Spencer, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Sorry, my internet got a little wonky. I had to slap it around a little. Thank you so much, Superintendent, you and your staff. Great information as always. I also have to lift up the fact that Sasha replied to my email request regarding parent coordinators lists for situations such as yesterday, where both President's Council and our council could be want to reach out and make sure the parents get the information. So thank you so much for that. Council members, I will get that information to you, as well as the other stuff at the end of the month that Sasha mentioned in reference to award ceremony and workshops. I know it's been passed around. I'll just redistribute that and get that to you guys before the, if not tonight, and tomorrow. Okay, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Once again, I want to keep it moving here because yeah. So we got that, and we got that. Good. Yeah. So we need to spend 8:29 a.m. Gee, how p.m. How time flies. We need to put Mr. Jose Rios Lua on the spot, on the spit out, on the time. He's time to put the crown on him. He has some wings he's got to spread, and I need to give him 5 good minutes. He is Christina Fode's right-hand person. He has during the pandemic, man, like when things we did, there was a miscommunication in the Carranza communication with District 75. He was right there to get that ironed out. He really paved the way for this council to be as prevalent as it is right now, to resurrect, to rise like the phoenix. And that's why Celia's back, and that's why Patricia and Constance back. Anyway, I could go on and on. I need council members for you to show your love for Jose Rios Luo, please. Jose, please take the floor, take the mic from me before I talk.
I don't know. Time starts now. Okay.
Thank you. I don't know that anyone can take the mic from Mr. Spencer. I think it'll be a tug of war. No, I wasn't expecting to say anything tonight, but I will be, as you all know already. I'm leaving my role at the DOE, and Friday is my last day, and I just wanted to thank you all for all your support, for everything that the collaborative relationship that you all have always had with me. I think it's really helped build strong bridges with Central. I think it's really helped position this council in a way to better support families. So I really do appreciate it. I've learned so much from all of you. I actually, the first interaction I ever had with CCD 75 was way before I started doing this work, and it was actually with Amy, and we were working on launching the new DOE website. This was 2018, 2017, and Amy was part of one of the focus groups, and I was just so impressed at the dedication. And then I met Gloria Corsino, and then I was just scared because she is fierce. And slowly but surely, I started meeting all of you. And actually, my first ever meeting for a council was with CCSE, but I'll never forget, Craig was there. Craig was there. This was at Tweed. I remember because Ellen had ordered Subway for everyone to eat, and she would not let me leave unless I had a piece of a Subway sandwich. And I didn't know how to tell her that I didn't like tuna. So I just ate it. But we've done some great things together. I think this council has come a long way. I really do. And I know that there's just a longer road for all of you. And you all just need to stay united, work together, and there's so many things you can accomplish. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the tremendous support that I've received from the superintendent and his team with supporting this council. Superintendent Louison has always been, I'm not even going to say a colleague, he's always been a friend to me since I first joined the DCIS team. And many of the folks who are on here today, I appreciate as colleagues, but I'm also just very lucky to call my friends. And I won't name them all, but I will name a few. And Natalie, Sasha, Shona. It's really easy to forget folks who are behind the scenes, but in particular, these three women are behind the scenes of District 75, and they make things move. And they always speak very highly of all of you. And I just want to hold a moment to speak highly of them for you. And then, of course, Adam and Shelley, the deputies. Are you kidding me? They are strong pillars for every child in District 75. And I don't know how to convey how serious they take the work with the councils. It's actually quite inspiring. So the only reason why I'm comfortable leaving is because I know you've always been in good hands. Not that I'm leaving you in good hands, they've always been there. And I know that you're going to continue to do great things. And I know that the connection to Deputy Chief Academic Officer Fode's office isn't going to fade away. So thank you. I don't know what else to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so there'll be a rotating representation from Christina Fode's office, and she implored us to make sure we keep in touch. So Mr. Lawrence and I will make sure that happens, and we'll listen to you council members in reference to making sure that, and it goes kind of hand in hand. When we let superintendent know, we let Ms. Fode know, and we'll include John Hammer on there too. We got a new contact for his support. So
I will leave you all with a gift though. So Mr. Spencer has seen me out in areas outside of council and advocacy, but I'm constantly advocating for District 75 and making sure that District 75 is included in everything from the ground, right? And so one of the things that District 75 was not included before was the Find a School tool. And the reason I say it wasn't included was because while the schools will be built into it, they were sorted by geographic district. So you'd have to type in, District 1 and then look for the District 75 school. I'm gonna share my screen really quickly with all of you. Oh, I can't share my screen with y'all. But what I can say.
Can you make him a co-host, Mr. Lawrence? I think this is worth our time.
Let's see.
No problem. Give me a minute.
I'll give you 2 minutes, Mr. Lawrence.
Joanne, can you give us 5 extra minutes on this, please?
I only need 30 seconds, I promise.
All right.
Okay, 41 seconds. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. All right.
It just as we wait, I know it's a pain in the butt to find a D75 school on the DOE website. It definitely.
So there's still work to be done on this front, but I'm really excited to have gotten it to at least a phase 1 point. One of the things that I wanted DIIT, which is the Division of Instructional and Information Technology, to do was
Your
to make
co-host,
it easy.
Jose.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Was make it easy for families to find a District 75 school. So it's been months, believe it or not, months of work to get to this point. But on the DOE site, there's this thing called the Find a School tool. You will now find under filters, sorry, you can search, of course, your computer address, you can put grades in a borough. I'm just gonna put Brooklyn just for the fun of it, because that's where I live. So before, let's see. So when you search Brooklyn, you see all of these dots, and you'd have to sift through each and every one of them. What we've added, this just started Monday, and it took months of preparation, is, oh, like, it's not here now. Let me refresh. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out because my computer's not refreshed the right place. But anyway, now starting in this school type, there is going to be a filter. There should already be a filter called District 75, and it'll filter through all the schools that exist in District 75. This is a big thing for helping families find places. So phase 1 is getting the schools in there. So as you all know, there's 60 schools. Phase 2, which is going to continue even though I'm leaving, is getting sites added as well. So next year, the DIIT is going to focus on adding the sites as well. So you'll be able to have a distinction between a main site and an off site. And they'll all be there to help you all understand where all these programs are and where they exist. So I wanted to leave this council with that news, that is what's happening to help families be able to identify where District 75 schools are.
Look at that. Now that's going to be on the May 18th agenda. Thank you, Jose. You keep giving it to us, baby. Thank you, sir. God bless you and yours. You will continue getting an invite as far as I'm co-president. So just let us know when you need, in your new role, when you settle, definitely you need to be one of our speakers. So definitely.
You already have a friend.
I'm just putting it out there. All right. All right, I got to keep moving.
You already have a friend in the Commission of Human Rights, so just let me know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Spencer, can we open our mic and give Jose a big round of applause here?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yay! Go, Jose.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So yeah, I want to keep it moving, guys. This just a couple of things, important things here. So do we have Tamika or anyone from FACE on? Alexis, anybody on? Because I need some updates on the open meetings law. Is there anybody can speak on what Governor Hochul might decide to do? Anybody? Because does anybody know? I hate to put it on you, Jose, because I don't see anybody from FACE here.
Say that again.
Any idea what Governor Hochul might decide to do?
About open meeting law?
Yeah.
We haven't really heard anything on whether it's going to be extended or not. We know that the current piece runs out Friday.
Right.
But we also, if it will be expanded, this is just my thoughts on this. I think the governor is going to run it till the 11th hour and extend it probably Friday if it gets extended.
All right, so it's still to be determined. All right.
Yep.
So let me write that down. On TBD. And there's something else on the agenda regarding May 4th, but since no one's here from FACE that I can see, I'm gonna have to. There's no way I could discuss it without someone being here to comment on it. All right. Recognize Amy, and then I recognize Celia. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention that the panel for educational policy currently stands that they are going in person at the TAP High School for their meeting on the 27th of this month. So just want to let people aware.
Yeah, yeah, and then I was just hoping we could get some update in terms of what we're looking to do in May, because we got to let locations know. But yes, thank you for bringing that up, Amy, because there are some decisions regarding some of our schools. So if you get, and it's virtual too. They at the joint public hearing that we have Monday, they said that it'll be hybrid. So just thank you for bringing that up.
Well, yeah,
Celia,
right now it's under in person at Taft. So they may change it to virtual, just if the executive session do change to extend. But I do also want to just to mention, and I don't know if you have seen your email, Craig, but Miss Lynn Sanchez from FACE had said that May 4th will not be a town hall. It will be the attendance of the chancellor to your meeting.
I wish, yeah, I did hear, I think, no, I heard it in, no, I didn't, I don't think I ran across that. I'll have to double check that, but, all right, let me keep it moving. Thank you, Amy. Celia, go ahead.
I just wanted to make an adjustment to the record because the student was still on. The person that answered was a member of the audience. So just for clarity, we only do roll call for members of the council, but the student was still on at the time.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. I wasn't sure if maybe they took themselves off of mute or by mistake, or
No,
thank you.
no, that was definitely a member of the public, which we're glad that members of the public are here, but we don't take roll call from members of the public.
Thank you so much, Celia. All right, so yeah, I wish council that we can go into this thing on the 4th. But if there's no one here from FACE, there's no way there's a one-way conversation. So we'll keep the communication. I wish someone from FACE was here to. All right, let's keep it moving. Where we're at here. President's Council and DLT update. Ms. Lawrence, and Andrea, I think you're here. Well, are you still here? I know I'll let you in. I think Gwen was here. I know you guys are around. Don't see. I think I see Gwen. Ms. Lawrence, you want to take a couple minutes to give an update?
No, I had my hand up besides that for what Amy has said. Yes,
okay.
the April the 4th, May 4th will be, the council will be coming to our thing. We are still waiting clarification on whether or not it's going to be additional town hall meeting too. As of now, it's still pending. Okay, so once we get more information, that will be shared. So he will be coming to our meeting on the 4th, as Amy said, but as they promised us was a town hall, and I'm pushing back on that to make sure that the town hall still happens. So Lynn Chess has got to give a date and clarification on that. She's waiting for his schedule. And as for President Council, I know Miss Andrea is here. I don't know if she want to give it, but President Council is supporting all PAs and PTAs with election. It have started. We have already started schools as of yesterday. Tomorrow will be on our support group virtually, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Next week, the following week will be our general membership meeting, virtual on 10 a.m. Link and flyer will be sent out. As far as DLT,
That's on Thursday, right? The 28th.
The 28th should be the 28th. Yep. And as far as DLT, they continue to work. They had a meeting this month. They went over the pointers and the goals. All that information was shared with members. And that concludes President, Council, and DLT report for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Lawrence. And I do want to recognize Andrea. I want to recognize Gwen, folks from the President's Council. Am I missing Camille? I think I saw a couple of Stephanie Sandias from DLT. I recognize these parent leaders here. Thank you so much for being here. Stephanie Bonilla on the SLT, DLT. I'm sorry. Thank you, ladies, for your support. All right.
She's on President's Council too, Stephanie Bonilla.
Thank you, Andrea. Good to see
And
you.
I'm here, and Mr. Lawrence already gave a great report. I didn't want to say anything, but thanks.
You know, just raise your hand. You know. All right. And yeah, we'll work off. You know, in reference to that list that Sasha shared with us. Thank you. What do we have here? So, Council Treasurer Christy Angel. Can you just give a little briefing? I mean, we finalized things at our March 29th special meeting. Can you just brief the public?
Sure. Could you pull up the budget for me?
Oh, right. Come on, Craig. Get it together.
I'll just go over a few things before you do pull it up. Just a little housekeeping. We do have to vote for a writer today. We were given an exception past the first. And so we are well past that. They actually wanted us to try to do that this weekend, which we could not. So today is the date that we would need to vote for the writer. Additionally, we cannot break up any payments. Everything will be paid to the writer upon completion. We are looking for that to be turned in by the 18th of June. While I'm speaking about deadlines, our P card has a deadline of June 17th. It'll be turned off on the 17th. So any and all things that we need to purchase, they need to be purchased before that deadline. Also, speaking of May 18th, since we are behind with some of our reimbursements, that will be the day that we need everyone to turn in everything that they are behind in. And then June 18th will be even though we do have until June 30th, if we could try to get everything in after our last meeting, that would be good. Now to go over the budget.
Can you repeat that again, Christy? So what are the
Sure,
dates?
Okay, so June 17th, our P card will be turned off. So all purchases will need to be made before June 17th. June 18th is the date that we're looking for our annual report to be turned in. And May 18th is when we're looking for all reimbursements that are past due to come current and to be turned in.
Good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. As we see on the new budget, we do have office supplies are $700. That item line is not true currently because we have not taken out the monies for the supplies. It has yet to be updated. So that is still at the 164.88 number. Our P card does have a new allocation of $5,260. The $3,060 was moved over from our April 6th meeting. And at the bottom, we have $200 left in local travel and meeting expenses.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Trying to work this out. There we go.
Thank you. We have, where are we at?
So we're here.
Okay, 15,840 with 11,951 left in the in reimbursements. And we do have 3,000 that has been set aside currently for the annual report writer. And that is currently how everything stands for our budgeting.
Thank you so much, Christy. And that is the report on the budget and what we're doing with that. Council members, since we did our reports generally on in our business meeting, I'm going to we touched on all of these here, and thank you for that. Just shortly, co-president's reports. Mr. Lawrence, did you have anything that you need to add?
Mr. Spencer, let's just go on to the next thing. Let's bypass our co-president report. and just give it next month, because we want to get everybody out in a respectful time, and we still got the executive session. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All righty. So do we got a couple of things we have to vote on, a few things, more than what's listed here. Do we want to provide the public comment at now or after we vote?
Go do vote and then public comments.
Okay. All right. So the two that were left over from our March 16th, the first one to vote is Amy had put up a resolution. Amy had put up. We all voted for Amy to produce a draft for us to review. In reference to school governance, specifically in District 75, independent of what we collaborated with CEC 15. Amy, are you good to present this now, or
You want me to present it again? It would be the third time. Just wanna. I did not receive any feedback from anyone on the council. So I don't know how you want to go about this.
council members? Do you need more time to review what Amy emailed? Amy, when did you email it? Well, I know several times, right? Several times.
Yes, I emailed it several times and I shared it out early. I believe it's either January or February. So it's been a while, and people should have been able to read it. I just want to remind people that mayor control, the vote will expire. I mean, not the vote expire, but the deadline for the expiration for mayor control for the current one is at the end of June. So it does have a time sensitive, and many of the CCs and advocacies have already pushed out a lot of letters and resolutions on what they think, what fits their constituents with school governance. So we could share, but I just don't want to utilize, a night that if we can, if we all can look over or have looked over or can make a motion, however we want to go about, I'm ready to whatever next steps are.
Okay. Is there a motion? Hold on for a second. Is there a motion to adopt?
I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, Constance.
Two members that have had their hands up, Miss Angel and Miss Husbands.
Right. So what I'm getting to is and I see Christy Angel put her hand down. Are you these hands for a motion to adopt Amy's draft?
Yes, it is. That's why I raised my hand.
Okay, that's where I was getting to, Constance. Okay, so there's a motion to adopt Amy's draft resolution for governance, our position specifically for our district. Christy Angel, Aisha put it up and Christy Angel seconded. Brief discussion. Anybody has anything to add? Anything?
Mr. Spencer, I'm just confused. We had voted on this, I thought, to adopt it, and she was supposed to get feedback. I thought it was already accepted to be added as additional. So why are we voting again?
According to my notes, and it's unfortunate the minutes are that what we did on March 16th was distinguish the fact that her draft is different than what we signed with CEC 15, and that we would use this meeting to adopt that resolution.
I thought that I could have sworn that we did that already, that we accepted it and that it was going to be catered to our district, because she did share this like several times. She bounced it up like 4, 5, 6 times. Maybe I'm wrong, Amy. I mean, I thought we had adopted your resolution, and only thing you was going to do is get feedback from council members.
Correct. So we had adopted the resolution. We were moving forward with council members to give feedback because it was a working document on draft. No one has reached back to me. So this real time actually. The resolution is posted on the school's website. I believe it was also shared out through outreach. So it's been out there, and like you said, and I echo that it's been shared several times. This would be if everyone is satisfied with what the context of the resolution will be. We can move a motion to ratify it, and then we can proceed with sharing this to Central at DOE and whoever other stakeholders that we want to share with.
Right, yeah, so I'm just working with my notes in terms of what happened on March 16th, that because in the agenda items, it was to either add to what we agreed with CEC 15 or create something separate, and we voted for it to be created separate. So that's why it's in the agenda like that. We have something separate now. It's time to ratify. It's time to ratify at this point. So so let me just Christy and Aisha, so can you amend your motion to ratify the resolution that Amy created regarding governance specifically for CCD 75? Do you amend your motion so this could be ratified?
Aisha would have to amend it since she put it to the floor.
Right. Aisha, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So
I motion to ratify the resolution that Amy put up to the floor.
so that's an amendment to your motion for the record. Chrissy Angel, you back that up? You second that?
I second.
Okay. So that's what we're doing, Mr. Lawrence. We're going to vote to ratify this. And Mr. Lawrence and Amy.
Sounds better.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Ladies and gentlemen, anything else, council members? Any other feedback? I don't see any hands from council members. Chrissy M, get ready. Going once, going twice. Okay, Christy M, can you do a roll call?
Yes, so we are voting now to ratify the governance resolution. Amy Bingside,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Montavon, yes, Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes. Yes.
and Ms. Constance Acevedo.
She had to step away for a second.
Okay, I have 10 votes for yes, the motion is passed.
Okay. How do we note that? Thank you, Chrissy M. I guess when she comes back, we could say that for the record. We'll just circle back, but it is passed. Okay. Second motion that we're looking for. This is in reference to what Celia had mentioned happened, was it February, March? Probably February. So this is for the council to have a calendar or special meeting date for the presentation by the Transition and College Access Center. Can I get a motion for that, please?
I think we had a motion for that last meeting that passed already.
Let me take a look.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Christy.
Okay. So I overlooked that. So according to record, I think it's supposed to be on May 18th. Sorry, council members. There was a lot of things that went on in that meeting in March. Celia, I have on my records March 18th that we voted unanimously to have. Ooh, so maybe that would be the presentation on the 18th. Okay. So that takes that back. So thank you for pointing that out, Christy M. and Mr. Lawrence. So Celia, we voted on March 16th, an overlook on my part, to have a presentation on our May 18th calendar meeting for a transition in college access center. Is that, are we still on board with that?
Should be.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing is that they are trying to do most of them before the 22nd, I think. I think the 22nd is the last day for SYEP. The youth employment, the summer youth employment. So they wanted to come and talk about that as well.
Okay. So Amy, just if you understand, we voted on this, so that's gonna, my suggestion during the business meeting, it was just a suggestion. It was nothing that was set in stone. I can't that suggestion can't override what we voted on March 16th. So we're going to be on track to have that as a presenter, and Amy just maybe as a backup. God forbid something happens. We'll keep, we'll keep in touch. But
I've been in touch with them about their availability because I wear more than one hat and they're available. That's not an issue. Just so you know.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Okay. Sorry to waste your time, council members. Large notes from March 16th. Apologies. Okay. So we need to tackle a couple of things from the business meeting in terms of other motions. So the first motion from the business meeting is that's most prominent is the two candidates for the annual report. So let me go and bring those folks back on the screen for your consideration so we can vote.
I vote for Dr. Burton.
Okay, one moment, please. Candidates. All right. Yeah, okay, so we got that. Let me share the screen. Thank you. All righty. So let's see what's going on here. So yes, so we have Dr. Burton, Jonique Burton, and we have and we have Miss Mona Lisa Chandler. Celia, so did I mishear you during the business meeting? Is it something that maybe we need to have one and then another as a backup, or you just want us to vote on just one or the other?
No, we'll have one. I'm presenting one as the primary, as the writer, the pick, and the other one is as the alternate in the event something happens, because things happen. I've had where for CCHS, the writer's family member died and they couldn't complete it. So we always have to have a backup.
Okay.
You also have to have
So-
an alternate in the event of.
Okay, thank you. So can I get a motion to have Dr. Jonique Burton as the primary annual writer for our council, for our report due in June 2022, and Miss Mona Lisa Chandler as a backup? Can I get a motion for that?
I move to have Dr. Burton as our primary writer for our annual report and Mona Lisa Chandler as our backup.
I'll
That's-
second that.
Okay, so that's Christy and Joanne?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Burton first and Chandler second. Anybody, any comments? Let me switch to take this off of stop share so I can see what's going on. Joanne, you were raising your hand to back that up?
Yes, I was following the protocol to raise
Thank
my
you.
hand.
Yeah, I was sharing my screen. I didn't see your hand. I acknowledge it though. Okay,
Thank
anybody going once? Going, get ready, Christy M.
Mr. Spencer, I had my hand up real quick.
Sorry, sir, I was writing notes. Go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead, Ms. Lawrence.
Yes, is there a contract and who have the contract and what's in these contracts with these two people?
Okay, Celia.
Can I speak? I don't, if Celia wants to go first, I can let her, but I can
Oh,
speak.
okay.
in
No,
regard-
go ahead, Christy, please.
In regard to budgeting, there is no contract. We would simply, we would need the W-9s, which we do have from everyone already. We do have all of the vendor numbers already. We have spoken with the senior grants officers. They are aware of who our possible candidates are. And the only thing that we need to do is let them know who we have picked, and then we can move forward from there. And we'll do the purchasing order with Ramona.
And this stuff was sent to the council? Because I don't have all the information.
Yes, I did send an email to you, Mr. Spencer, Ramona, and Celia, and copied the council with those details on the date that I got it. It would have been maybe, it might have been Friday that I might have sent it out to you guys, but we have so many emails, it could have gotten lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, because I don't have a lot of information on it. Okay, thank
I'll
you.
forward it back to you.
Anyone else with a question? Anyone else? Anyone else with their hand up? Going once. I don't see anybody. Going twice. All right, Christy M., you need me to repeat the motion, or are you good?
Please just repeat it.
So the motion is to get the names right here. Let's get the names together. The motion is to, did I have, oh yeah, the motion is to have Dr. Jonique Burton as the primary annual writer for this council's report in June 2022, and to appoint Miss Mona Lisa Chandler as a backup. And it was put forth by Christy Angel and backed by Joanne Jones.
Okay, perfect. And I'm starting the voting now. Miss Amy Mengs-I,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Abstain.
Miss Christy Angel,
Yes.
Miss Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Miss Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Miss Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Miss Celia Green,
Yes.
Miss Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
and Miss Constance Asiadu.
I don't think she's come back yet.
Okay. I have 9 votes for yes. The motion has passed.
Okay, thank you, council members. Okay, next one we gotta vote on. All right, so uh, so we're scheduled to have our face check-in tomorrow without Jesse Mojica. Council members, can I get a motion to maintain this this date? The face check-in is scheduled for 6:30 to 7 p.m. tomorrow. So can I get a motion, council members, to keep that date? Amy, are you putting out the motion, or Celia? Which I didn't see was first.
I do. I want to express something, but I know the urgency that there is this chancellor meet. Tomorrow is a forum that the chancellor and his team, DC Lloyd, will be having to conduct for the C-37 process for superintendent hiring. So I do think that it's essential for council members to attend that, because unfortunately members weren't able to attend the last week's, and that's why they have it for this week for council members and all council members. So I just want to put it out there. I do think it's essential that members do attend that, and I don't want to reschedule, but I feel like that may be depending on council members' ability to double Zoom. So I just want to put it out there.
Okay, Amy, thank you. So I'm just gonna see the call for another motion. Celia, I put up a motion. Is that something that you're looking to put to?
My motion was to postpone, and I'm backing Amy up on that one. My motion was to postpone.
Okay, so so there's a motion to postpone tomorrow's face check-in. Amy, are you seconding that?
Yes, I'm seconding it, and I just want to amend addition to possibly having it rescheduled for the week right after the spring break before the May 4th.
Well, actually, I mean, because Celia put up the motion, so she's got to. Do you want to loop that in to make it, Celia? Do you want to amend your motion?
All right, I'll amend the motion to, I'd rather actually leave it open-ended, because when we come back, because there is the school break, everybody's gonna have meetings that week. So I'm gonna leave it that we reschedule at a later date.
Amy, do you still second that that amended motion that it'll be postponed from April 14th, but and left open for the next available date?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll second that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Amy.
No problem.
Thank you, ladies. Anybody got a comment? Any so we're postponing. Okay. Going once. Amy, your hands up for this or something else?
No. Yes. Sorry, I'll take it down.
Okay, thank you. I don't see it. Mr. Lawrence, your hand is up or no? I don't, because I know you. I don't think I missed you. All right. Going once. Going twice. And thank you, council members. I know it's late, but we had to address Mr. Rampacent, so things got kind of late. Chrissy M, you need us to repeat that motion?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
We're voting to postpone tomorrow's face check-in and reschedule at a later date. Ms. Amy Meng Tsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Montavon, yes, Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Asiadu.
Yes.
Okay, I have 11 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Okay, thank you, council members. A couple other important things. Christy Angel put up proposal for a conference either on May 14th or May 21st. Council members, I'm just going to Mr. Lawrence, if you could just take a look to see if anybody has their hands. I'm going to share this information on screen. So it's basically to we'll have some speakers on particular subjects that Christy Angel described in our business meeting tonight. So can I get a motion to reserve May 14th to have this the council's conference either May 15th, 14th or May 21st virtually.
I motion. I'm sorry. I
Amy,
forgot
that's
my
you?
hand. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm trying to find out planner. Here we go. Planner. Come on, guys. So Amy, you put up that motion. Can I get a second? I got it on screen. Christy Angel, you second that? Sorry, I'm not looking because I'm trying to share this with you guys. So this is up here on the screen, 2022 CCD 75 Special Education Conference. So we're going to put aside May 14th and have May 21st as a backup per the documents that Christy Angel emailed us, and I shared the link and what you see on screen. Virtual conference from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. on those dates Saturday. Okay, so Amy, you put it up. Who did I get a second?
Yes.
Oh, Christy, you second. I didn't stop sharing my screen. Okay, guys, any questions, any concerns, any comments? This is the stuff that's on the screen now. And like Christy Angel presented at the business meeting. So Amy, did you have your hand up for the motion, or you're making a comment? Because Constance has her hand up.
No, I made the motion. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. All right, so that was from before. Go ahead, Constance.
Could you just state the motion for me, please, again?
Okay.
Before we vote.
So the motion is for the council to hold, bear with me, the 2022 Special Education Conference virtually held from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, May 14th, 2022, and have May 21st, 2022 as a backup. And so Amy put up the motion and Christy Angel seconded. And I emailed everybody the link that Christy Angel has and put the stuff on the screen with the breakdown. And that's where we're at. Are we, anything else, Constance? Did I miss anything?
Appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thanks, guys. All right, Christy M, was that clear? Everything good?
Yep, I have it.
Anybody else, guys? Going once? All I see is Constance's hands. So I already answered her question. Going twice. Okay, Christy M, thank you.
Okay, we are voting for the council to have a virtual conference on either May 14th or May 21st, virtually from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Miss Amy Mingsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yeah, it's gonna be
Mr. Mel
busy.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Christie Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christie Montalban, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
and Ms. Constance Lucia.
Yes.
Okay, I have 11 votes for yes. The motion has passed.
Thank you, council members. All right, so diving right into June's activity. So going back to our business meeting, I'm not going to put all that stuff on the screen. I'm going crazy here. So we were concerned about the dates in June because there's graduations. We want to set aside. I think Christy. Well, let's go with the dates first. So, so the 11th is Saturday, right? Let me just check that. Let me check that there. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Then that's all right. So in terms of the celebration, can I get a motion to have the dates of the celebration? I guess we either June 11th. I want to throw a monkey. I want to throw a curveball. June 4th, June 11th, or June 18th. With the 4th being the primary, the 11th being the secondary, and the 18th being the tertiary because of taking into consideration graduations and things of that nature. So can I get a motion to have our end of the year celebration on one of those 3 dates, the 4th being the primary, the 11th being the secondary, and the 18th being the tertiary? Get a motion. Amy, you putting up that motion?
Yes, I put the
I
motion
get a-
out for those 3 dates.
Can I get a second? Christy Angel, you seconding that?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Any questions, concerns? Just refer back to what we presented at the business meeting. Celia, actually, Celia, I saw Christy M's hands first, and then you, Celia. Go ahead, Christy M.
I just had a question about the event. Is this something that would be mandatory for the council members to attend? Because I just already know I have a conflict for June 4th, but if it's not something I have to attend, then it's okay. If I'm the only one it doesn't work for. My school is having their carnival that Saturday. That's why I know I won't be there.
Right. Okay, so let me just secure the dates. I don't want to prolong because we got a couple of things we got to vote on, and then so do you mind? Because we already got the most. Do you mind if we circle back to that, Christy M? I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
wanna-
I'm fine if the date works for everyone. I just want to make it known that I know I won't be able to be there, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm going to be there with that vote in mind, you know?
Okay, yes. So I don't want to cross hairs because I want to secure the dates, then see what's available, and then talk about what's mandatory. So, all right, that's how. I don't want to put the carriage too much in front of the horse. But so you're what you got to do is duly noted on the record here. Thank you for that. And then council members, why don't we reserve what your availability is for later, not right now, because that's not the motion that we want to entertain. But you can email us on the side if in terms of your availability, and we can address that on May 4th. Go ahead, Celia.
Yeah, my question was about the motion. The original dates, I think, that Christy, can I ask Christy? Christy, what were the 2 original dates? Christy Angel. Councilmember.
The original dates were June 17th for the awards dinner, June 18th and or 25th for the family day.
Can I make a suggestion? Because most things in school are going to happen, because I think the last day of school is the 27th or something like that.
It is.
So most things are going to happen before that. If you graduate, the last day of school, you possibly graduate is 27th anyway. So if we do the 25th, it is less likely to be a graduation day for anybody, because most D75s do not do graduations on a Saturday. They do proms on a Saturday, but they don't do graduations on a Saturday. So, and if it's something in the day anyway, if people can make it, they make it. If they can't, they can't. But I'm thinking that the 25th would be the most likely day that people would be able to make it, based on the fact that it's really the last full week of school that there is.
Okay.
But I know, Mr. Lawrence, you had brought up something about the 25th at the business meeting. That's why I kind of avoided it. Mr. Lawrence, you there?
Yes, I did. I absolutely did. And I mentioned something, but, I guess people know more than what I had shared. So whatever the council decide on.
Okay, so
we do need the tentative dates as well. So it'll be more than one date. We can try an earlier date and the 25th as dates to hold, because we have to have this in before 21 days before the date. And there are a lot of places that are just filled up for the times that we are looking for. So we don't want to sit too far on any of the dates.
Okay, so hold on, what do we have here? So I forgot to write down who put it. So Amy put up the motion and Christy Angel, you seconded. So are you ladies, Amy, are you, thank you, Joanne. Amy, are you, and I wish I could speed this up, but we gotta talk this through.
I wanted just to say that everyone is going to have an event and there is going to be conflicts, and it's up to the parents to decide. Obviously, we are 5 boroughs, so people are going to have to make their choices, and not everyone's going to have to be able to be satisfied with attending double events at the same time. But I want to honor the fact that there's a lot of events prior to 25th. And I don't want to take anybody who either wants to attend a prom or graduation on a Saturday. We do want to make sure that we want to make 2 dates or 2 days the least, the minimum, to make sure that they do have available reservation for those, for that venue of field, because again, just like Chrissy shared, things RSVP'd very quickly. And if we don't decide, if we decide for one and then they don't have a spot for that day or time, then we have to go for the other alternative time and date. So just want to put it out there. But I can, however the best motion that we all can leave tonight with, I will support that.
Amy, do you want to amend your motion to include the 25th of June? So all Saturdays in June we can cover all our bases?
Sure. Did we want to just kind of aim one? If it doesn't work, then we'll try the other 3, or do we just want to keep all 4? Okay.
So do you want to amend your motion to have the end of the year celebration on a Saturday in Saturday in June, the best Saturday available in June? So that'll include the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, and the 25th under no order, but we're reserving those Saturdays, those dates, the best date available, have something on that date. Are you willing to amend your motion?
I don't know, does anybody else on this council want to give more feedback? Because I think 4 dates is kind of not locking down a date and time. So if we can lock down, like if there's a one specific day that we all strongly believe if we can lock that down. If it doesn't work, then we can move to those other 3 dates.
Well, based on what I'm seeing and with time, because it looks like we're going back and forth on dates, and I want to lock in. Because we can argue about dates. All we know is we want to try to have it on a Saturday in June.
Okay, I think Aisha
So let's
and
lock it
Christy
up.
have their hand- yeah, I think Aisha and
Let's lock it
Christy
up.
have their hands up.
Yeah, I see that. I see. I'm just Aisha hasn't spoken on the situation yet. Aisha, go ahead.
Yeah, yes. So basically, we need to vote on a Saturday in June so we can, and whatever is available, we take it. Whoever can make it, makes it. Whoever can't. That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Aisha. Chrissy, Angel.
That makes sense to me. And then I can come back to the council to let them know what Central Park actually cleared us for with the special events permit.
Okay. So Amy, so we still got this motion out. So is it all right to amend it to have the best Saturday in June 2022 available for this event? Is
Yeah,
that
so I amend the motion to have the available either Saturday, June 4th, Saturday, June 11th, Saturday, June 18th, and Saturday, June 25th, open to lock down the date.
Thank you, Amy. Christy Angel, you seconded it. Is that fine?
Yes.
Uh,
I do
Aisha,
have a question. Oh, wait, we're not in discussion. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. What's the question?
Just wondering if we wanted to consider the actual field options as we vote on the dates as well.
I don't want to, let's not, because we still got to vote on the awards and a couple other things. So.
Right, but locking down the
wanna have
date without knowing the park, I can't submit for the permit.
All right. Well, let's do the date and then let's go to the park. Let's do the date first because it's already out there, and we're almost at the point where we can vote on it. So, is that fine, Christy?
I can have one more vote and I'll come.
Are you stating that we'll pick the field later after we go through the rest of the motions? I mean, the rest of the vote?
No. Just we're almost at this date. I want to get you a date and then get to the field.
The field. I'm asking for clarification. The field will be tonight in the vote.
Yeah. Because
oh, perfect. Okay.
We all know that we got to do on this tonight. We can't wait until May. Oh, Jesus Christ, Lord of mercy. Thank you. Aisha, that's fine, right? That sounds good, Aisha. Because Constance has a question. I gotta.
Yes, it's fine.
Constance, go ahead. Thank you, Aisha.
My hand is down.
Oh, okay. Amy, all right, so we're good, right, Amy? We're good.
Okay, 1 second.
So you speaking, or you speaking about the motion, or are you good?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Christy M, thanks for your patience. Are you good? Do you need any so basically
I'm good.
okay. Anybody else? Miss Lawrence, Angel, Joanne, you good? Patricia?
I'm
Going
good,
once?
thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Going
thank
twice?
you. Quick
Thank you.
question, where are we going to what time? Because we're at 9:36. And I just want to know for clarity, should I continue to keep time or?
Well, let me do this roll call vote. Let me get back to that. Because I'm in the middle of a motion, so I gotta address this motion right now, and then let me get back to that. Okay, Joanne.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Last call. Okay, so these hands that are up, Christy and Amy, they're from before, right? They're for this thing here. Right?
Yes,
You
I will
good?
take it down.
Okay, thank you. Christy M, please do your thing. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, we're now voting to have the council celebration on the best Saturday available in June, whether it be June 4th, 11th, 18th, or 25th. Ms. Amy Ming Tsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Montavon, yes, Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Uh-oh.
I don't understand. He just told you it was an accident.
Celia,
All right, what happened?
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
and Ms. Constance Asiadu.
Yes.
Okay, I have 10 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you. All right. In terms of time, 1, 2, 3. We gotta vote on the location. We gotta vote on the awards. Excuse me. Okay, so in the interest of time, we got to vote on those two things. I know that we discussed in the business meeting to vote on agenda, having setting up the agendas a month in advance, and the communications for open meetings, for committees, open meetings law. 9:38. So, and then we still have an executive session we got to go through. So 4 and 5, 2015. It's going to be at least another 20 to 25 minutes. I would say don't take track of time, because I'm just trying to plow this through. And I say 20 to 25 minutes because I'm including the executive session we have to have before this is everything is adjourned. So that's the best answer I can give you, Joanne. So
Okay. All noted.
Council members, I see hands. Christy Angel and then Aisha.
I don't even remember what my hand was up for. I'm gonna lower it. Yeah, I'm lost. I'm sorry.
Okay. Aisha.
What did I raise my hand for? I'm sorry. Option 1.
Okay, so
Or-
okay. All right, so guys, we're diving in. So we'll go with what Christy Angel's saying. With the date, we gotta go with the location. Okay, so give me a sec. Just to bring everybody up to speed. Thank you, guys. Did I do this? Oh, good. I didn't close any. Good. Okay, so let me share the screen. I see you guys texting me, and I'll get to you guys as soon as I can. God bless your souls. Okay, so this is what we're voting on, guys. We need a location along with the dates in June. All right, so option Christy M, write this down, please. Let's see, how should we do this? Yeah. I'm trying to see the easiest way to do this. We have option 1, option 2, option 3. Yeah, okay, let's plow through this. Okay, so option 1 is the Bloomingdale Playground at 907 Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan, as seen on the screen. So can I get a motion to have Bloomingdale Playground as the location for our end of the year celebration on a Saturday in June 2022? Can I get a motion for that? Aisha, you want to put up that motion?
Yes, that's what I was doing before. Motion for Bloomingdale playground for
Okay.
whatever Saturday is decided in June.
Well, who seconds that? Because I'm sharing my screen. Can I get a second?
I second. I have my
Amy
hand.
second. Okay, I'm going to skip discussion. I'm going to go because we have two other options and we kind of went over this in a business meeting. So, Christy M., you good? Can you take the roll call?
Yes. Okay, we are voting to have Bloomingdale Playground for our location for our celebration on whichever Saturday is chosen in June. Okay, Miss Amy Ming Tsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
I'm sorry, but I understand. I didn't hear where we asked for comments because I had a few comments that I have raised in the business meeting. So I understand.
okay, Miss Christy Angel,
Yes.
Miss Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
20 years. Join us every
Yes.
Saturday and Sunday at 7:30 p.m.
Miss Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Miss Aisha Husbands, Aisha,
Yes, I'm sorry if you didn't hear me. Yes.
Miss Celia Green,
Yes.
Miss Patricia Jewett, Patricia,
Yes. Yes. I just had to unmute myself. Sorry, guys.
no worries. Okay, and Miss Constance Adu.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. I have 9 votes for yes and 2 abstentions. The motion has passed.
Great. So the second, can I get a second motion as a backup? So there's option 2 and option 3. What are our backups? What order of backups? Can I get a motion for a backup, a second choice and a third choice?
My hand.
Because I'm sharing the screen, so let me know. Amy, that was you, Amy. What's
Yes,
your
it is.
what's your-
Option 2 and then option 3.
okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. Option 2 for, can you go up to the top, to the second one, please? For Matthew Spallin Playground, and option 3, go down. Washington Market Park.
All right, so option 2, so option 2 is the second option and 3 is the third option as a backup to number 1 if number 1 doesn't work out.
Yes.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Who's that? Aisha? Or is Christy?
Joanne spoke
Hmm,
for me.
Joanne did. Okay, yeah, so I recognize you, Mr. Lawrence. There are some concerns. I just want to set up some backups, and so Christy Angel could get to that and
Mr. Spencer, that's not the question here. If you could stop sharing your screen because you have bypassed the last one and did it. I will not do it again this time. There's a lot of questions when we doing this. Insurance, is there insurance included in these vendors that we are renting? There's not enough information. Okay, I understand it's something good, but we also want to make sure we do it smart and right and protect our kids. This is my point. You know, I mean, there was a couple of things that I have brought up. I've talked about safety. I haven't heard nothing about insurance. $25 get you a permit. Yes. Is that park close to only us? You know, I mean, there needs to be some more clarification. Just saying.
I recognize that. The middle ground that we're looking to get here is just to get dates and locations for Christy Angel to work on to further get that information back to us. Because we can't
Yeah,
really
but I would think, not to cut you off, I would think that maybe we should have that information before we voting, because suppose we voted on choice 1 and choice 3 actually offer these things. Just saying.
Right. And I would, I recognize it. I recognize. Let me, there's other folks, Christy and then Amy.
Having the leniency to be able to have the date and to have the options of the parks allows me to come back with any information for the council in email before the meetings. And any vendors that I am currently looking at and the outreach committee is looking at, they are insured. So that part is in compliance with as we need it to be. I do have plans to talk to Christopher Noel, who's over the special needs, et cetera, with Central Park. And I definitely would love to work with you to see how we can, try to get security situated, since I know that's your forte.
So Christopher told you that security is included in every child. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
No, you did not hear that correctly.
Oh.
I said I am calling to follow up with Christopher so that we can have any other questions that you need answered. But all the vendors do have insurance, even with the people that I'm looking for with caterers, they are insured. The only thing is regarding your question about security. When you do, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not the only question, security. When you rent a park, you have to pay for the additional insurance. And I don't think that law have changed. So that's one of my concerns. How much is the insurance? $25 to get your permit. Trust me on it.
I hear you very clearly. I will go back and get that information. We do have funds where we basically will be supported in making sure that we can cover everything, but I will make sure that the council is clear on every single dollar amount, vendors, insurance, and security, et cetera.
Okay, so then my next question to you is then, what are we supplying these people for this fun day? How much will we have to spend on? Do we have to bring tables? If there are grills there to cook
so
food
currently, yes, I do have a caterer, one caterer so far. As we do know, and if you do not, food cost has gone tremendously up, and this particular caterer is willing to not add in travel costs, not add in at bringing a grill and certain items that we would have to purchase. Currently, depending upon the park location that we have, we may need a couple of chairs. A table or two would cost $25 per table. If we did a pop-up canopy tent, that would be $65 per tent. What we are doing now is trying to reach out to Sasha, to a couple of assembly people, and a couple of other spaces where we can see if we can possibly get those items for free versus what the cost would be. We will have the things on the next meeting and prior before, if I have those things for you, where the council members can see what it would look like if we do not have to put any additional monies outside of the $2,000 for food.
So wouldn't it be this fair, this to secure a date, the date, and then find out more information before having us vote on these things?
Honestly, I would say no, because the parks are filling up and we will end up not having a family day at all if we keep procrastinating and or waiting. I can, basically follow up with the council as of tomorrow with any considerations that we have, since we're right here now, if that would make everybody okay.
So that would sound like a special meeting would be much better than to come
No,
back.
I do not choose to have a special meeting. These are information and details that I can give the council online, just so that we don't have to keep taking people's
We have
lives.
you might have to vote, so you can't vote through an email.
Right.
If you vote right now, we wouldn't have to vote. This would be me coming back with details of what you need to know, and we would basically end up clarifying which park has, like, we're voting for 3 parks in positions 1, 2, and 3. So if one position has, or excuse me, one playground has exactly what we need and works better than our option number 1, then we would move to 2 and 3. But I would let the council know that that's what it looks like.
And we would have to vote to finalize that. What we're doing is voting to initiate the process so you can get that back to us. But Mr. Lawrence is right. We may have to have a special meeting just to, you could present that.
I think that if we are putting our minds to best use, we should go ahead and vote with what we did now with the dates and with the 3 options, so that we can move ahead and we don't push forward into May, since our event is going to be in March and we do have several other things that will be going on. So we should be.
I think we are paying our mind to good use. Just to clarify that comment, our minds are being put to good use, because these are questions that we are asking for the safety of our family. And being that this is not just for something for the council, it's for the whole district, okay? I think these are well-run questions to know that if a child come out there and something happen, that they are good, okay? I think those are good questions.
No, I do. I'm not saying
Lawrence-
the questions are not good. I'm saying that
Right.
they don't change what we're voting on now. If we have 3 solid places, which I don't know if any other people have been looking about availability for parks, it is narrowing down. The further we wait, we will not be having this event, or we will be figuring out something very, very last minute, just being honest.
The middle ground, Mr. Lawrence, is we set aside dates, we set aside locations, and then we come back with Christy comes back with that information, and we can make a final. But if we don't do it now, we're not going to be able to do it later.
Yeah, but if something happened out there,
But-
it's
but
not
we're
gonna come
not-
to wait. It's gonna come to the council. And
Yeah,
as
but
the
we're
council,
not. We're not finalizing a date now.
Wait.
We're setting aside
I heard what you said. And I stick to what I said. I just said simple things and raised simple questions. And
Thank
I have
you,
a
sir.
right for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Amy, I recognize your hand.
No, it's for the motion. I'll take it down.
Whoa. Easy here. We need backups here. So
And
you
it's
withdraw your
exhausting
motion?
because we've been up almost on 10 o'clock now. So I apologize, but I understand the situation. I just want to really I really want us to get
Okay.
this date in
All right.
locked down. So I appreciate that.
All right, so Chrissy Angel, she withdrew the motion. So all we have is option number 1 to work with. Just get back to us in terms of insurance and everything that Mr. Lawrence brought up. And if we have to call a special meeting to finalize, we will in terms of the date and the actual specifics. But all you have to work with is option number 1. Now, unless somebody else wants to put on a motion, otherwise I want to keep it moving.
I'm going to put out a motion as that will be option 2.
All right, so Aisha, your motion is to have option 2 as option 2, and then option 3 as option 3.
Yes.
So Joanne, you backed Amy's motion before. Are you gonna back this motion that Aisha's putting up?
Yes, I will back you, Aisha.
Okay. All right, so the motion is reinstituted. Amy withdrew it, and then Aisha put it out there, and Joanne is backing that up. So the Christy M, the motion is to have option number 2 as number 2 for the celebration on a Saturday in May, and number 3 is the third option for the celebration, contingent with making sure things are secure and things of that nature, that Christy will provide that information to the council for a decision. Can you go ahead and do a roll call? Oh, wait. Constance has a question. Go ahead, Constance.
Just want to say in the motion, can you clarify the names of option 2 and option 3, please, in the motion? Instead of saying option 2.
So, Christy,
Okay, clarify the.
Christy,
You'd have to put it back up again, because when she initially did it, I wrote down my options and I put the order 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
I didn't
I
put
got
the
it.
name.
I got it. Thanks for your patience, guys. I'm just trying to get a middle ground, guys. I'm not trying to keep you from your families.
You can
Apologize.
amend her motion to just put the names of the park. This is option, this is option.
Okay.
Option 3 would be Washington Park. And option 2 would be, could you scroll up?
Yeah, so option 2 is Matthew P. Sapolin Playground,
Yes. And option 3 is
Washington Market Park.
Washington Market Park. Contingent on safety protocols being followed.
Right. Christy M., you good?
Yes, are you ready to vote now or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we are voting to have Matthew Sapolin Playground as option number 2 for backup and Washington Market Park as option number 3 for backup. Miss Amy Ming Tsai,
Yes. Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Thing.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Asiadu.
Yes.
Okay, I have 10 votes for yes and 1 abstention. The motion has passed.
Thank you, council members. The last June event that Christy Angel put up is for the award ceremony. Christy, is that supposed to be virtual on the 17th of June?
It's going to be hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay. 17th of June, hybrid awards ceremony. So oh man. Is this still a location issue? Christy?
Yes, it actually is. We're looking at D75 schools, and I'll be very honest and transparent. We've been looking and doing these items for a very long time and have, asked the council for help multiple times. So at this point, I would like to ask again, anyone that wants to jump in, wants to help me research, look, and or do anything, I would love the assistance. If you have any questions, I'm always available. I will double check anything that you ask. I'll get the committee members as well in so that we can make sure everyone has everything answered that they need to be comfortable and that our community is safe.
Okay, thank you, Christy Angel. Can I get a motion to explore holding a end of the year award ceremony for the council end of the year award ceremony held hybrid, explore having a hybrid ceremony on Friday, June 17th. Can I get a motion for that? And I say explore because I want to listen to Ms. Lawrence in terms of how we keeping secure and things of that nature and schools and we have to, so can we get a motion to explore holding a hybrid award ceremony on June 17th as described by Christy Angel? Can I get a motion? I see 3 hands. Amy, are you motioning? Or is Celia motioning?
I think Celia had her hand up. I'm not sure if she's motioning.
Celia, you motioning?
Yes, I was motioning. Thank you, Amy. I'm motioning.
Thank you. Amy, are you backing her?
Second.
Thank you. So it's just exploratory. So Christy, come back to us. Let us know. Let us know what it is so that way we can we'll have to vote to finalize it, but this motion is for you to look into that and see what the possibility is.
Are there any questions that council members have that I need to check into as I do this so that I can come back full circle?
You got any?
Or Mr. Lawrence, should I take into consideration the same questions that you have for the end of the year event and go ahead and move forward with those same questions in this event just to come back with the?
I would say yes.
If you're doing it in a school that's a D75 school, you wouldn't have all those concerns. I think
that is what we're trying. That is what we're attempting to do. So if any council member
my question was strictly to the park. I was very clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to double check. Thank you so much.
Better to be safe than to be sorry, Christy. Just leave no stone unturned, please. Constance, I recognize your hand.
Yeah, I just want to understand, Miss Angel, are you not asking for a motion to hold the event on that date? And you're
yes, that is
the motion is supposed.
The motion, Constance, is to
sorry.
She still has to secure.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Asking Christy a question. She's asking for the date to be secured. Are you not?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. That's all I want to know because that is not part of the motion. Okay. The motion is an exploratory motion. All right.
Okay, so Christy M and and Constance, just so you, I want to repeat the motion that, oh, man, I thought I wrote that down. Celia put up and Amy backed. So the motion, Christy M and Constance, is for Christy Angel to explore this council, do the work, what school, how it's going to be held, for this council to have an award ceremony on Friday, June 17th, 2022. That's something that Celia put up and Amy backed. Christy M, you good on that?
Yes.
Constance, did I clarify that?
Yeah, you clarified the motion for me, but I was speaking about something else. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Celia, go ahead.
Can we amend it to hold the date? Meaning, the council can hold the event on June the 17th, as opposed to being exploratory, because if it's inside of a building, that's within certain parameters.
Okay. You
And
put up.
so the other stuff doesn't apply and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'm gonna amend it to ask that the CCD 75 holds the awards dinner, the hybrid awards dinner on June 17th.
Okay. Amy, do you back that, Amy?
I apologize. Can you repeat that, Celia?
Yeah, I'm rescinding the original motion and I'm asking that we hold the date. In other words, that CCD 75, right? That Christie's committee will hold the awards dinner on June the 17th. That's the actual vote. That's the actual motion.
I second that.
Okay.
Thank
you,
you,
Amy.
Amy.
Joanne, I recognize your hand.
So I'll wait till you finish the motion because I have a question for Christy.
Okay. Christy, any discussion, Mr. Lawrence, anything? You good? Angel, Patricia, everybody good? Once, going twice. All right, Christy M, you good? Can you do it?
Yep, I am doing the roll call vote now on having the hybrid award ceremony on Friday, June 17th. Miss Amy Mingsai,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Miss Christy Angel,
Yes.
Miss Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Acedu.
Yes.
Okay, I have 11 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you, council members. All right. 10 o'clock. All right, so we discussed during a business meeting that there's just the two things that Constance brought up in terms of making it a practice for us to set up the agenda for the following month at a business meeting. Can I get a motion to make that a practice for the council and for the bylaws committee to consider it being a part of the bylaws? So can I get a motion for that, please?
I think we voted on this last meeting. I'm pretty sure I sent the motion and
Thank you.
Ramona already. That's why it's fresh in my head.
We did.
Let me see. Okay. All right. So, and yeah, okay. So I'm looking at my notes. Thank you, Christy M. So, the last thing that we voted on, which we approved unanimously. So we approved unanimously for what I just mentioned in terms of the format, the agenda format to be reviewed. All right. I got to check for now, I'm going to acknowledge pending on getting the actual minutes. I think you may be right. Um, it's per the bylaws that I think the bylaws were supposed to, the bylaws committee was supposed to review it. Okay, so my notes are a little bit sketchy. Okay. Also, since you brought that up, Christy M., looking at my notes, because I did put this in terms of council communication procedures regarding committee meetings. Okay, so we didn't vote on that. What we did vote on that was to move it to this meeting here. So, okay, so I'm not gonna look for that motion in terms of the agenda, setting up next month's agenda on a previous business meeting. What I am going to, because I am going to abide by what we voted on March 16th. We voted on March 16th to decide today the communications procedures for committees. Making sure that it's an open meetings law. It's not excluded from any council member, and that the 72-hour notice and agenda is given 72 hours and then before the meeting is held. So I am going to ask for a motion for that because I'm abiding by what we voted on March 16th. So can I get a motion for it to be a practice that all committee meetings are subject to open meetings law and is not excluded to any committee, any council member, as well as notice and agenda on the subjects of these committee meetings are provided to the public 72 hours in advance? Can I get a motion for that, please? Celia, are you putting up that motion?
Only if it's amended, because the agenda is not, if you were in person, you get an agenda the day of. So the agenda is not included. The notice must be out at minimum 72 hours before. At minimum 72 hours before.
So can you, because what we discussed at the business meeting is it's got to be a subject. The committee meeting has to have a subject. So
well, that's a topic, but that's not the same as an agenda.
Okay, right. I hear what you're saying.
The notice has to be out.
Right.
The notice.
The notice in the subject of the meeting.
Yes.
Has to be out 72 hours in advance.
That's correct.
Okay. So is that a motion you're looking to put up, Celia?
Yes. Yes.
Christy Angel, are you seconding that motion?
I have a question.
I
know it's not in the, I can ask later in discussion.
Okay. Can I get a second to Celia's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Patricia. Go ahead, Christy Angel.
I was just wondering, is this something that we actually need to vote on since it is in our bylaws? Literally, it's broken down every single step of the way that you just mentioned to motion. It's in our bylaws already.
Well, there was some.
Does have her hand open, so I'm gonna remove myself from the floor. I just wanted to put that out there.
Constance, go ahead.
The bylaws are actually in the attachment that Ramona sent prior to the meeting. And Miss Angel is absolutely correct. There is also a skeletal agenda that we're supposed to be following for our calendar meetings in the bylaws. Okay, so we understand that. Miss Angel is absolutely correct. These things are outlined. We just haven't been following them. So, and we don't need a motion to follow open meetings law. It's something we're required to do as a council. Okay.
Okay, so it's a matter of just following what's already been stated in our bylaws. So Celia, do you put up the motion or
I'm willing to rescind. If it gets us out of here any faster today, I am willing to rescind.
okay, Patricia, she's gonna rescind it, all right? And we're gonna have to look into making sure this is followed. Okay. Thank you for the point of reference, Christy Angel and Constance. Okay. Before this meeting can be adjourned, is Christy Angel, did you have a question still, or is that from before?
From before, sorry.
Is there any other motions, because we have to go into executive session before this meeting can be adjourned? Any other motions? Wow, we did so much
Mr.
tonight.
Spencer,
Yes, Constance.
is public comment on this agenda at all? Because it is the calendar meeting.
It is the calendar meeting.
Yeah.
Celia,
That's exactly what I was gonna, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's
right.
exactly what I was gonna say, so it's perfect.
got lost in the sauce. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Just let me give you. Is there any comments, public comments? 5 minutes for public comments. Just want to leave it out there. Thank you for those of you who stayed on. We're here to just try to get the work done for you guys, leave a foundation for this council in terms of these are things that we haven't done. This council, well, not this particular. The council hasn't done in many terms. In terms of annual report, end of the year celebration. Amy and I have been on this council for 5 years. We haven't been able to provide that to you folks. It's something that, as elected members, you deserve. And sorry this is taking long. We did need time for Mr. Rampersant to speak to you. The fact that he took the time to make sure that you're acknowledged, to acknowledge this council is to acknowledge our community and our concerns. District 75 management is here to make sure that you're addressed. We're here to collaborate, and I'm sorry it's taken so long. I think we can work smoother next school year, but this is the groundwork that we're laying down for future councils, whether it be next school year or next term, to make sure to use this as reference. So that way they won't have to go through this. They can see what we've gone through. So thank you for your indulgence and your patience. Because I see no hands, so I'm just filling up the time. Griselle, thank you for your feedback. Former Councilmember Griselle Cardona, CEC 9 extraordinaire. I want to thank our student member, Lanaya, if she's still on. We're putting in the work, Miss Lanaya. Sorry to keep you on. Sorry if this is an inconvenience. Recognize members of D75 management that are still here. Recognize some members of DLT is still here. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding and your diligence. 2 hands, Aisha and then Celia.
Yes, I was just going to ask the public if they have any questions or any comments.
Let me check the chat too. Thank you, Aisha.
The chat. But anyone is welcome to say whatever they want to at this time.
Thank you, Aisha, for Thank you so much. Celia, go ahead.
I'm asking the council members that in light of the fact that we are, I don't know, at least an hour and 16 minutes over, if we can possibly at least release the student member at this point, because it is still a student in New York City Public Schools that definitely has to get homework done the next day and all that sort of stuff. So is it possible we can take a roll call vote? I really don't care at this point. Let's take a roll call vote because it is a long over time, you know?
You don't need a vote. Who's attended the meeting, just so you know, so we can expedite this. Okay.
Do we need that motion, Constance? Are we good?
You do not need a vote. You do not need a motion. She's attended the meeting just like any of us. When we have to leave, it's time to leave. Okay. Elga Cardona has had her hand up since we asked for public comment. Okay.
Okay. Hold up, Griselle. Lanaya, if you need to go ahead, Lanaya. Have a good night. If you need to log off. Griselle and then Stephanie Sandias. God bless you, ladies, for hanging on.
Oh no, I just wanted to say thank you guys for I like y'all. I like this new group. Y'all is amazing. I see the work getting done. I don't want to stick my nose in it, but you know, if what's her name? Christy Angel. If if you need help and you want, I'm a parent leader and
former outreach chair.
Right. And I can there's a good D75 school here in the Bronx that actually has a garden, outside space. That's the new settlement school. They have a D75 in there. So that's one if you're, in the Bronx, obviously, but if, it's just an idea just to give you where you can look and stuff. But
I love it. If I can get your information, I will reach out to you. I will take all help that is given to me. So thank you so very much.
You're welcome. So like I said, I love y'all and I'm proud of y'all. Lawrence, everybody, I'm proud of you guys. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, Griselle, let us know when CC9 has the next meeting. I gotta pay you and your president some respects. I know we have some new locations out there.
Yes, just did the approval for 199, right? We our next meeting is April 25th. It's actually in person at PS 132, which is located at 1425 Washington Avenue in the Bronx, and that is the main district office of District 9. I will send a flyer as soon as it's released.
Thank you, GC. Thank you, Mama. Yeah, we'll connect with you and Christy Angel offline. Thank you so much. Hold on, Amy, because Stephanie Sandy has had her hand up. I want to recognize that.
I just want to, I'm sorry, I just want to say I can help Christy that tomorrow because I'm right there by New Settlement. So I can help Christy right away.
Okay. Stephanie, you there? Stephanie Sandias. That's Sanders. Are you there?
Yes. My question is this. If June is so problematic with everyone doing their own thing with their own school, why is it the only option? That's my question.
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy Angel. You want to? Because I mean, I can speak in terms of just reserving and permits and things of that nature. But and right now we need to give ourselves some time because we don't have another meeting until May. So, Chrissy Angel, you got anything to add? And thank you for your question, Stephanie.
concur with the items that you just mentioned. And additionally, we are using May to get everything together for the conference. And then we need the 21 days to get everything situated. And it just seemed to make more sense. So that's why we shot it out that way.
And also, Stephanie, just keep in mind, I mean, we're coming off of, you know, Omicron and coming off of, you know, a new chancellor and who's going, who's staying, and who, you know, so we're trying to move things along as quickly as we can. So this is how the sausage is made a little bit. If we could be in a time machine, I could go on. But thank you, Stephanie, for the question, and thank you for your diligence. And I don't want to keep going because it's late. Thank you, Stephanie. Anybody else? Any questions? Any feedback? Celia, go ahead, Celia.
I was trying to answer Stephanie's question, and it's based on the fact that although we serve for 2 years, the budget is done in 1 year cycles. So if we wanted to use any of the money to pay for something, it had to be something that would be completed by June 30th, whether it be a dinner, whether it be whatever, it would have to be done before June 30th. That's the only reason that it would have to be within, sorry, it'd have to be within this cycle. Like we couldn't pay for something and have it happen in July or August. They don't, the DOE doesn't allow for that. At least the budget office doesn't allow for that.
Good point. That's another one. That's another one. So yeah, yep, we got to get it done before June. So Stephanie, you good, Stephanie? I gotta see who else, and I gotta thank you, Constance and Celia, for catching that I forgot about public comment, so I won't get tarred and feathered. Jesus, thank you, Lord, Jesus Christ, and it's Easter. Oh my God, almost. Come on, Craig, get it together. And blessings to those who practice. It's Ramadan and Passover. Let me take this opportunity to happy Easter, happy Ramadan, happy Passover, guys, because you're not going to see us until after. So God bless you and Allah and all that to you and your fam. Eat well, be well, still wear your masks, please. All right, what else are we doing? We're going to wrap up public comment, folks, because we got to get to this executive session, unless there's something else I'm missing. And we love you guys. We thank you so much for sticking around, and you know, it's a lot of work. We made these decisions, and so we can follow through and be there for you guys when, you know, when it's warmer, and leave this foundation. Like I said, you know, it was rough this school year. I think we let the foundation so next school year could be smoother. So you guys can look forward to this. So you could, when we get the word out, you know, we put in the work, and you can invite people. All right. Mr. Lawrence, I hear Mr. Lawrence in the back of my head saying, shut up. All right, guys. Going once, public comment. Going twice, public comment. Council members, any last public comment before we get into this executive session, which, yeah, I can't comment on that. We'll be as precise as possible. That's all I could say. Council members, Angel, Joanne, thank you. I know you are appreciated. I know, timekeeper, Jesus Christ. But I do appreciate it. And thank you, Joanne. But it's a lot of work, and I'm just trying to dot my I's and cross my T's. Patricia, thanks for hanging on. Constance, thanks for keeping Celia. Amy, Aisha, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad we got some meat in the bone for you, especially with Mark Rampersand here. I know that's something you Whew, okay, let me stop rambling. Christy M, thank you. Hope Staten Island is going well. Yeah. Last call for comments. Going once, going twice. All right, 10:26, 8 p.m., not a.m., p.m. So we have to go into executive session. Mr. Lawrence, I guess you're gonna put us in a breakout room.
Yep, I'm already prepared to do it whenever you stop talking.
There it is. Council members, look out for the breakout room. It's going to be away from the public so we can discuss our business. Before that, Amy, is this a question?
Yes, it's a
before-
question. To my understanding, it was called for an executive session. I have no clarity on what this executive session, the matters that are entailed, and we should be going to a roll call vote for motion for this executive session. So we just can't go into an executive session because it was called earlier on the meeting, but just wanted to indicate it. It's in the bylaws.
Actually,
Yeah, I agree with Amy. Can we get some clarity of why we're going into breakout rooms and what the nature of this is?
Constance, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to clarify, there has to be a motion to go into executive session, and there has to be a minimum of 6 votes in the favor of it in order for us to go in. Okay, before. An
So,
executive session generally is just to discuss something that's personal or sensitive and cannot be discussed in front of the public. Okay.
So
whoever
council members,
requires it.
I apologize. I missed the motion to go into executive session, but it is a sensitive issue that I can't disclose publicly. So that's as much as I could say about it. That's why we need the executive session.
If it doesn't have to pertain to anything with the AA or I know it's sensitive. I know it's sensitive, but it is almost 10:30. My kids have to be in bed. I think some of the council members agree with as well. And we've been on for a while, so I apologize. It is very tiring already so far. We've been on this meeting for more than 4 hours, for almost 4.5 hours. I apologize.
Yep, absolutely. But as co-president of this council, I need to protect the. I mean, if you ask for an executive session, I gotta honor that. If anybody asks for, I gotta honor it.
My hand is raised. But can this information be transparent before the meeting begins by emails, letting us know, hey, this may run over, we're having an executive session. To call an executive session with blindly is insane.
Mr. Spencer, can I give some clarification to that? Because the executive session was brought to us when I announced it, Ms. Joanne Jones. So we did announce it in the beginning that there will be an executive session. And
but
that
on the day of.
No. That's all you need. You don't need to plan an executive session before time. You could call it within, right before the meeting about to end.
Where does it state that?
Well, it was called, so we just do a motion, and that's it. So,
but
Mr.
you're
Spencer,
saying that
see,
you can do that, but is it stated somewhere that is specific to what you're saying?
You heard what Ms. Constance said, that an executive session is sensitive information. We cannot, if a member put out something and said they have an issue, okay, it's our duty to have an executive session. We announced it when we found out. If you can't stay, you vote no, but we're gonna do a roll call vote. Go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
I'm just looking for the bylaws that you signed, and anyway, just the bottom line, it's sensitive.
Mr. Spencer?
Yes, go ahead, Constance.
The session is in 2590. It is in the law that when anything that is discussed that is personal or sensitive to any individual, the council is allowed to go into executive session. It also can pertain to salaries and other things, and discussions of details in resumes that you don't want the general public to know on your candidates, right? But it can be called any council member at any point in any meeting we are in, except a calendar business can request that. And it just goes. Sorry, the machine's acting up. It goes to a vote to see if we're moving forward with it or not. So it is up to the members to decide whether or not they vote yes or no for the session. Okay, but it is something personal to council, to a council member.
Amy, I recognize your hand.
I'm gonna put it down, but I apologize. I can't keep staying on this late because my kids are still awake and I have to put them in bed. So if I drop off, I apologize, but it's been a long day.
Duly noted. Duly noted. All right. I need a motion to go into executive session, please.
Motion to go into executive section.
Recognize Patricia put up the motion. Can I get a second, please? Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Green.
I'll second that because I had my hands up.
Okay, sorry. I'm still looking for the bylaws. It's been a long night. Okay. All right, so voted. Patricia put up the motion and Celia backed it. Chrissy M., can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, we're voting to go into executive session. Miss Amy Minx, aye.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Miss Christy Angel,
Yes.
Miss Christy Montalban, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Miss Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Miss Celia Green,
Yes.
Miss Joanne Jones.
See,
I'm sorry, what was that?
yes.
Miss Patricia Jewett
Yes.
and Miss Constance Acedo.
Yes.
Okay, I have 11 votes for yes. The motion has passed. We can now go into executive session.
Okay, members of the public, we'll come back once we're done and adjourn the meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
You should store something on your train.
So are we in breakout rooms? Because I don't see where I'm.
It should be appearing momentarily.
It's
I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again because somebody closed it.
Hi, guys. We are done.
Wow, they're still there. God bless y'all.
God bless y'all. Yeah, we got to go. Motion to adjourn, please. Motion to
You hear
adjourn.
anybody snoring on the other end?
Motion to adjourn.
Wake up! Who motioned? Christy?
Second.
Any objections of abstaining?
No objections. Good night.
So you put down your hands.
All in favor, say aye.